And hello, welcome to Solo Playthroughs. We've got just awesomeness on the table today, man. I friggin' love this game. Okay, I love this game, except when I have the Iron Zeds out and I keep rolling one, two, or threes, and I can't actually knock this dude out. And that's super annoying when that happens. Alright, I just gotta mute myself because I was getting some feedback. That reminds me, we are on a 25-second delay. If you've joined me before, you should know this by now. So any comment you put in, I will see your comment about 25 seconds after the fact, assuming I can stay on top of this. We do have a small chance of seeing Mrs. Playthroughs today. She is home, but she is currently working upstairs. She might come down to say hello because she misses everyone here. Of course she does. So I am doing this is the second time I'm doing Zeds on the channel live. The first time was a level 5 playthrough where I did have a small rule that I was doing wrong. That just not a rule. Wasn't a new rule to me. I just forgot in the moment because there's so many things to keep track of, and I wasn't actually doing the stacking limit right in the tunnel path. And had I done that right, I had a really weird small chance to pull it off, and that would have been awesome. Level 5 is quite the challenge. Things can really escalate on you, so getting a little rule like that can make a huge difference. So just make sure you're paying attention to the stacking limit on the tunnel tracks. I'm speaking more to myself than to you, obviously, but throwing it all in, getting to level 5, having all the characters, all the events, all the fate cards. I don't know if I'm ever going to separate out these cards again. Number one, it's annoying. Number two, it just all works. I played a few games the last 2 days, three or four, and every game is so different. I had one game where I had no science, and I still was really able to put together a nice strategy and had a ton of ammo. And then I had one game where I was all science with a G. The I've pulled Alan Zeno Jones a couple of times. His mechanics are nuts. There's just a lot going on, and I just love this game. And Rumors and Rails adds to that. Will I always use rumors and rails? Not sure. I am glad I did not actually put the stickers on the board. You'll see I have some extra chip capsules here, or yeah, token capsules here that I originally got for Arkham. So anyone who's a Arkham player will probably recognize something like this. And I have put the stickers on that just to indicate what's going on in the various spaces. If you're not familiar with the Rumors on Rails expansion, basically there are two trains. You have the freight train, and you have the local train. The freight train moves on this diagonal, so it can go into the suburbs track, up into the mountain track. No, that's wrong. I'm sorry, I'm getting it already. The local train goes from the suburbs track up into the mountain track. The freight train can move from the highway up into the forest track. Now, if you stop at these certain spaces with the train, you will get certain benefits. So if the train so if the freight train stops on the farm, you immediately get three food, or three supplies, I should say. It just looks like a sandwich, so I always say food. If you stop in the Lucky Strike mine, you will get 2 ammo. If you stop in a university with the local train, you will get -4 on your infection level. And if you stop in the nuclear power plant, you get +2 actions for that turn. So it's a pretty cool dynamic. So I do think Rumors and Rails does make the game slightly easier. However, to use these trains, you are using actions to move the trains often. You also will be kind of foregoing the opportunity to move your refugees along. That said, the trains are huge at helping you get the refugees. So how it works is whenever you have in the 4R phase, you could spend one of those activations to move a train or to flip a train, right? Because there's two sides. If the trains are on the orange side, it means they're going outbound. They're going away from town center. If the trains are on the blue side, it means they're inbound. They're coming back toward town center. Trains can be destroyed just like barricades. So if a Z unit's on a place with a train and moves past it, bye-bye train. However, if there's a combat in the place with a train, that does count as a terrain shift of +1 for the defending unit, which is really cool, and that can stack with any terrain shift that is already on the spot. However, if you have one of those encounter cards or events that says, hey, we ignore terrain shifts, it would also ignore any shift that would be given to you by the train. So a lot of nice little wrinkles with the trains. I really like how they play out. And then the rumors are up here. So there are 16 of these tokens. I've just randomly placed them out before the game. I will roll a d20 when we get one, or assuming we get one. Now what happens is whenever a refugee refugee unit gets into the refugee camp, you will randomly take one of these tokens, you'll pull a fate card, and you're going to put that token somewhere on the board. So it's more fate cards that you're drawing. You will go through a lot more of the fate card deck than you normally would, which can be really good, can be really bad. It just depends on what those fate cards are, right? Now, there are 4 different types of tokens, and we'll turn this little cheat sheet over, or 3 different types of tokens, I should say. So you have the blue tokens, are attached tokens. They will go on top of the unit that finds that. Now, you do have to spend an action to, once you put the token on the board, you put it where the strongest Zed unit is on that track. When you get a unit there, and only it can be a hero, it can't be a civilian. It can be like a heroic civilian. Who can pick these suckers up? Heroes, heroic civilians, or special civilians. So you cannot get these with like refugees. You can't get them with regular civilians. You can't get them with the National Guard. You can't get them with a train. Now, trains can restore order as a total other side story, but I'll get to that later. Now, when you get there with a unit, I can spend an action, get this, and then if it's an attached chit, it goes right on top of that unit. That unit actually has a benefit. The benefits can be really, really cool. There can be place chits. Place chits can make non-named sites into different sites. So like for instance, in a warm-up game I had the Tall Mart Distribution Center, where if I had a unit there at the end of the turn in the housekeeping phase, I get +2 supplies. Really nice. The downside of that is now that you make it a place, now it becomes a named place. So if a Zed unit ever takes control of that area, guess what? That's another place on the board they're putting out the chaos tokens, and you only have 12, right? So most of the time when I'm losing this game now, it is because those 12 chaos tokens just really start overwhelming the board, especially late game. There's so many special events, there's so many Zeds, there's so many locations that it's really hard to prevent them from putting out those chaos tokens. So adding another spot on the board where they can place a chaos token isn't always the most ideal thing for you to do. Let's make sure I have this in the right order. These are the stage 1. And then the other kind of chits are the save chits. So they are basically almost like good save for later event cards, where they give you a chance as a one-time benefit. You can discard the chit and you get the benefit. I like it. I mean, you're only going to see 3 to 5 of these in a game realistically. It does mean that I'm generally always doing a save roll for the refugees, because I'm just going to try to get as many opportunities to get these chits as possible. And sometimes those chits end up so far out from town center that you might not really be able to get to it anyway. Plus, if I pull a fate card that doesn't actually have, if it gives me a track that doesn't actually have a Zed unit, or the only Zed unit on that track is all the way back in the start space, you just ignore it. You still have to do everything else on the fate card. So again, you got bad twist of fate. Oof, that's on you. But it's usually worth the risk, because again, some of these benefits are really, really nice. Again, as I've said, I do think this whole little expansion, it doesn't add a ton, but I think from my experience so far, it is net positive for the players. And this is a game that is super hard on level 5, that I do think those little benefits, they're worth working for, and hopefully giving you a way to actually improve that win rate a little bit. So it doesn't feel cheesy. I do like the fact that it's not totally game breaking, and it just like adds a nice extra layer. It almost feels to me like this is level 6, right? I mean, you had all the layering that happened with level 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now you're at level 6, rumors and rails, and it gives you those extra mechanics and those extra things to go. I mean, it's almost like as significant as probably the super weapon, right? You have the whole research. Now here you are, you have a way to get some extra movement, and you have a way to get some extra benefits, but again, you are spending actions to do that. Let's go ahead and get this sucker set up. I have my 1 player action token. My next playthrough of Zeds, I probably will do a co-op solo game, in that I will have another player action and we'll start getting the pressure events. Definitely not going into that today, but I think that'll be a fun wrinkle for the channel. I have all the extra tokens up there. You'll notice I have done some surgery on this little mat. I found the way they had it really silly, especially with all the competitive stuff that no one's ever really playing, right? I did cut off the super weapon stuff, so if we find a super weapon, I'll find a place to put that over here. So this is just our 4 tracks, right? We're tracking our player actions, we're tracking our supplies, we're tracking our ammo, and we're tracking the infection rate. Obviously, you get the 13. Boom, unchecked outbreak. Good luck. I'm going to set up, I don't know what I want to do first. Let me get these bags off the table, and I'll shuffle the event deck, and we'll just kind of go simpler first. All right. So I do think the next. I don't know if I'll ever come off level 5. I mean, I just think just throwing everything together makes sense. The difference between level 4 and level 5 actually is very marginal. So from that level, I'd have to really go back to level 3 if I really wanted to do something different, but then you're losing the tunnel track, and I've come to really like the tunnel track. So I think staying at level 5, the amount of flexibility you have, though, with the length of game you can play, you have the short game, you have the standard game, you have the long game, and then between that and whether or not you want to throw in rumors or rails, and between that and having extra player actions, I think there's a lot to be said for just the flexibility even within one level. So the event deck is shuffled. I need to set up the research deck. So I'm going to shuffle the early research cards in a standard solo game on level 5. We're going to have 4 of these suckers, and they're going to go on top of the research deck. There's those 4. I'll put these, we might need these, I'll put them down here. The late research cards. So there are 5 late research cards that are all related to the super weapon. Well, 4 of them are. And then you have the antidote breakthrough. Those are always going to be in the research deck, and then we're going to take off 2 more from here, 1, 2, and then I'm going to shuffle these 2 late research cards in with these 5 cards that always have to be in the deck. The order of these can make a huge difference, and there are a couple that are totally trolling you. You're like, I did all this research, what do I get? And it's like, you get a punch in the face. Congratulations. It's like, thank you very much. So we're going to take these cards, shuffle them up, and they're going to go on the bottom of the research deck. So late research cards, early research cards. Here we go. That's going to work. I'm going to take the end cards. So we have 7 of them. I am going to roll a die for this because the final end card can make a huge difference. I had one game where I thought for sure I was going to win. It was like, activate every track twice. It was like, oh! Why? Why do you hate me? And I ended up putting a 13th chaos marker out, and it was a sad day. It was a sad day in solo playthroughs land. So I'm gonna roll a d8 because there were 7 of these. I got 4, so that is our last event. I'll put these over here. I'm going to get the special event out for chapter 2, 3, and 4. So in a standard game on the director's cut level, you're gonna have 3 special events in chapter 2. You're going to have 3 special events in chapter 3. You're going to have 2 special events in chapter 4. So I'm going to shuffle these up. I'm going to roll a d6. That's a 3, so I'm taking the middle one out, 3, 4, and then these will definitely be in the game. I'm going to have to do the same thing here for chapter 3. There are 4 of them. Taking out number 2. I'm going to do the same thing for chapter 2. I had so many games, like 2 games where I basically had 3 special events in a row, and it's brutal. You're like, another brains event. That's super fun. Definitely had a couple of games that were got very short as a result, so we might have to run this back if that happens here. Number 2, that's out. And I just got some feedback from, I think, a police radio. Awesome. That's super fun. I'm going to shuffle the chapter 4 cards, and I am only going to take 3 of these suckers. Maybe it was the National Guard trying to call in to let me know they got my back and they're going to be here. I don't know. 19 rounds from now. Thanks, guys. So we're going to take the 3 events from chapter 4 that we're going to need. The rest come out. I need 6 of the non-special events from chapter 3. It still blows my mind how many events that they threw in here. I mean, there were just so many events. It's unbelievable that the variety and the variability from game to game is really sick. GS, I've never heard of Dawn of the Zeds before. It looks interesting. Sadly, can't stay for long today. Yeah, it's amazing. I learned about this from probably the first game that I learned about from a subscriber, X Huntinator X, and he was like, "Do you play Zeds?" And I was like, "I don't know what Zeds is." And I looked into it. It's probably the first game I heard from a subscriber that I actually went out and bought. And it's hard to find. I do think, I mean, it was originally published by Victory Point Games, and now it's tabletop. It's a IP of Tabletop Tycoon. I know there was a bunch of expansion content planned by Victory Point Games that just never materialized after Tabletop Tycoon bought out Victory Point Games. That merger, that acquisition did not there was a lot of things about it that weren't ideal from what I understand. I don't know a ton of the backstory, but there were some people that were definitely unceremoniously let go by Tabletop Tycoon. It really made a lot of people in the industry very mad. But Tabletop Tycoon does seem like they are going through the Victory Point titles and doing Kickstarters slowly but surely, right? So they just did the Nemo's War Kickstarter. That was like the Ultimate Edition. So I would expect that there will be a Dawn of the Zeds Kickstarter in the next year or two, would be my guess. Just looking, you know, at there seems to be an appetite for a reprint of this game. Every time I post this on like Reddit or Facebook, or if I post a picture, people really are responding and like, oh, I want to get a hand of it. I can't find it, blah blah blah. So hopefully more people can get access to it because it's just an amazing game. It quickly ran up my top game list, and it was my last top solo game list. It was sitting there at number 3. Daniel, well, hi there. Most importantly, are there Are there manticores? There probably should be. Maybe that will be in the Ultimate Edition of Zeds. You'll have a zombie manticore, which will be just absolutely amazing. So I am rolling. God, I keep saying rolling. I'm shuffling the chapter 1 cards here, and we only get 3 of them, even though there's 7,000 in my hand. And by 7,000, I mean 15. It's close. Who's counting? Yoink! Alright, so here is the end card. I'm going to shuffle together the 3 regular cards from Chapter 4 plus the 2 special events. And I actually will roll a die to make sure this is nice and random. I won't do this for the other chapters, but 4 and 1 and 3, 4, finally, ding, ding, ding. Alright, that's going to go there on top of the ending event. We have the Chapter 3 cards. There are 9 of them. So shuffle these together real quick. I will not bother rolling. And so what I'm going to do with the Chapter 3 cards. Now, the National Guard card always goes as the 10th card from the bottom. So that's a National Guard card and then 9 cards underneath. So I'm going to take off 3 of these Chapter 3 cards. Because again, there was the one final event. There were 3 cards from Chapter 4. Those 3 cards, National Guard card, these 6 cards. We have the 3 special events from Chapter 2, plus the 6 other events from Chapter 2. Shuffle these up real quick. Put them there. And then we have the 3 events from Chapter 1. They'll just go right on top. So that's all done. What else do I need to do? I'm going to have to set out the special security forces. What are they called? What are you called? You are not a hero. The security unit reference. Dun, dun, dun. So they are red diamond. What are red diamonds mean? Well, normally the catacombs make movement very hard. However, if you have a red diamond on you, some of the heroes do, it means you can move through the catacombs without having to worry about the catacombs rolls, which can really jack you up a little bit. We start with 2 special security forces. One's going to be in the town center basement. One's going to be in the security post. One's a strength 4. One's a strength 3. I'm going to roll a die for, I'm always going to go town center out. So this die, I rolled a 5, so that will go there. This will go there. We're going to put the Defiant Villagers around. Remember, they will become refugees as soon as they flip. Once it becomes Zed's controlled, they're like, oh no, we're not the Defiant anymore. We're scared. Let's get out of here. And it might be too late for a lot of you. That's, a thing that happens. We have our regular civilians. So let me roll a D8. Again, we're going to start with Beauville first. I rolled number 2. They are Defiant to start the game. As soon as they are attacked by Zeds, though, they become non-Defiant, and you can move them like normal. Remember, regular civilians have a movement value of 2. I'm going to roll a d6 now. I rolled a 3, so nice and weak civilians on Suburbs. So out of the remaining 5, 2 of these are strength 3, 1 is strength 4. Hopefully all 3 of them get on the board. I'm rolling that. It's a 6, not helpful. It's a 5. So we have our strongest regular civilians up in the Forage Track. That's a 6. That's a 3. We have a level 3 civilian in Mountain Track. That's a 4, so that's a level 2 civilian. So we have a 3er and a 2er left. Can we get the 3er, please? We do! All right. They're going to go in Town Center. That other unit is just out of the game. Sorry, dude. We'll play with you next time. I'm going to need to get my heroic civilians. There are 9 heroic civilians. If you have all the expansion content, I have them over to the left. So from 1 through 9, we have the Clarion Courier, Bob Bauer's crew, the Checkmates, the VFW Local 12, the Savior Corps, the W, yes, not Corpse, Greg, as I have said way too many times, the Corps, the WZED Farmingdale, the FDPD Riot Squad, the FD 129 Auxiliaries, and the Farmingdale Furies. I rolled an 8. We get the FD 129 Auxiliaries. I will go through all of their special abilities once I have all my heroes out too. They will be losing the bottom of these cards, but it's totally fine. What do you have? It's on TTS on Steam on sale at the moment. Thank you, Rocket, for letting us know that. Daniel says I'm just not sold on the zombie thing, but this is probably tough to retheme. So the interesting thing about this, Daniel, is that this is actually a lot of war game tower defense mechanics. So it was rethemed from a war game into a zombie game. And I don't know if I love this as a war game. I love it as a zombie game, and I'm not a zombie guy. Like, I don't love zombie movies. Like, I'm not a zombie, guys. Hey, breaking news. But I just absolutely love the way, like, I've seen enough zombie movies, like, just the tropes and the campiness and all of it. It's really well done, and it's just an amazing story that unfolds every time you play with really sweet, like, mechanics, and it's a little fiddly, but once you get used to it, like, it's really, it just works for me. Like, I don't totally know why, it just definitely works. I think Pavlov's House is similar with the World War II theme. It says Rocket. I like Pavlov's House. They're similar in that they're tower defense, but this has way more, like, narrative and way more characters and just gives a very different vibe. But they're both tower defense, so I can kind of see why you'd say that. Um, they're very different. Like this, I like, again, I like Pablo's House. I love this game a lot. So that is a thing. Daniel, the only zombie infiltration allowed in my collection is Carnival Zombie, and even that is purely for the pile of corpses mechanic, which is just hilarious. I don't know that one. Pavlov's also has zero distribution here. There may be like 5 copies in the whole country. Oh, wow. Interesting. Rocket says it's 5 more than Zeds, probably. That is actually probably fair. And yeah, the Kickstarter version of this is not cheap. Let's put it that way. Yeah, I was able to pick this up with the expansions for about 110, and I just was lucky and found a copy. You can Board Game Geek Marketplace in some places you'll get, like Canada, US, you can probably get a copy on there, but it's definitely not cheap, and the prices of everything have just gone up in the last 2 years for obvious reasons. So that is it's unfortunate because I really wish more people had a chance to play this. I mean, it's just that game for me that I just, so many reasons I shouldn't like it, and I just love it because it all comes together for me. And Herman Lutman, by the way, so Herman Lutman is the lead designer, but the Alan Emmerich did a lot of Victory Point games, the expansions especially. Herman is like super active on Facebook groups and BGG, and it's always like a small thrill for me when I can like put a game up and the designer is like, piping in. And Alan Emmerich was actually the one who told me that, hey, idiot, you're saying core wrong. He was much nicer about it, but it's like it's not corpse. I was like, oh, right. I actually knew that somewhere in the recesses of my brain. But, sometimes my brain doesn't always cooperate in making me, at least appear smart. So I am going to now get my heroes. There are 21 heroes. If you have all of the expansion content, I do recommend it. The heroes that you get in the expansions are like 10, 15 bucks each on Amazon at least. And I know we don't always want to be buying from Amazon, but they're not hard to find. If you go to the Victory Point Games website, they actually link you to the Amazon links. So it's like, okay, I guess I'm buying this off Amazon. At least that's how it was a couple years back. I will read them off quickly, and then through the course of the game, we'll probably get additional heroes. You're just going to have to trust me that I'm doing it on the up and up, right? So we have Special Agent Wright, Miss May Hauser, Colonel Kingman, Horatius, Doc Seaver, Wilson the Hermit, General Lee, Captain Piazza. Who are you? Mayor Hernandez, Alyssa Darling, Sheriff Hunt, Big Wheels Carter, El Toro Loco, Pickles, Alan Zeno Jones, Rusty Staub, Bouncing Betty, Deputy Schmidt, Otto Sarge Hauser, Mr. Johnson, and Professor G. Since there are 21 and I have a D20, not a 21, I'm going to roll a D6 first. So I'm going to be pulling from row number 3. Let me roll a D8. I got number 1. It's Alan Zeno Jones. Yeah, what a weird guy this guy is. He does have a science. That means he can go into the laboratory, and we can potentially start doing something to develop this super weapon. I will go through his special abilities in a second. We'll just put him in town center for now. I'm going to roll a d20 now. There are 20 heroes left. I got 15. 15 is going to be... that's 7. It's going to be Rusty Stub. Cool. Let's bring him in. Put that there. We have 19 left. Rolling a d20. It's number 3. Colonel Kingman, man. Has there ever been a playthrough of Zeds I put on the channel that hasn't had Colonel Kingman? It's absolutely insane. So we'll put him out. Dude just loves the camera. So we are very much a sausage fest right here, which is fine, I guess. And we have 18 left. Or 18, yeah, 18 heroes to choose from left. Let me roll a d20. Number 10. So that's 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Sheriff Hunt. That's a good group. We got 1 science. We got some military. We got some ammo. We got some gunfire attack. We got some strength. I like what we got going on here. So we're gonna put Sheriff Hunt in. As the final thing is set up, let me put a regular Zed unit at the start space of all 5 of these tracks. So we have a level 3 Zeds on the Suburbs Track. That's a good start. We have a level 5 Zeds on the Forage Track. Again, these will range from 2 up to 9. So it can be pretty wild. The vast plurality, though, will be 4, 5, and 6. So we have a 5 there. We have a 9, of course. Of course we have a 9. And we have a 6. That will work. So check up on the chat here. Does any of the heroes have crappy minis? No. They don't. There's no Bravelar. Have you ever played... Rosma said, you ever played a Lord of the Rings LCG? I made a trade in theory where I was going to get the base set, and it just didn't happen. I'm very reluctant to invest in another LCG. Arkham, it was like one of the first games for me as I became a solo gamer. I found the solo gamer within, and I've just invested a lot into Arkham. So I don't love the idea of getting into the Marvel Champions LCG or Lord of the Rings. I'm very curious. I'd like to play it, so I did try to pick up the base set. Just the trade, I don't know, the guy just kind of flaked out on me. So it's interesting. From what I know of the big LCGs, I do think Arkham is the one that it's the most appealing to me on paper, and I really just love the LCG, especially now. The new production model is great. And Arkham kind of almost lost me a little bit with a couple of cycles, but the last 2 cycles have been awesome. So just long answer to a short question. So the answer is no. What are my abilities? Well, I have one more thing I need to do too. I need to roll for my starting resources. So I rolled a 6. That means I get 6 supplies, and then I'm going to take the number 6, subtract the lowest of these 2 dice, which is a 2, and I'm going to get 4 ammo. Those are my starting supplies, and that will work. Who are my abilities? Let me start with the heroic civilians. The FD-129 auxiliaries. They are heroic civilians. They have a move value of 4. They have a strength of 3 on their regular side, and they have a strength of 2 on their injured side. They will take 4 pieces. They will take 4 hits before they are defeated, and either we can do a saving roll, put them in the hospital, or they will end up in the cemetery. Their abilities: as an action, roll 2 dice to attempt to push back 1 Zed unit from an adjacent space. If that Zed unit's strength is less than or equal to the number that you rolled, it is forced to retreat 1 space. That's a super flexible ability too. So if you have a Zed's mob of like a 9 and a 5, I can roll and see if I roll higher than a 9 and then decide to push the 9 back. But if I roll only 4, if I only roll a 6, then I can push the 5 back. So it's a very, very cool thing. I do like that ability, especially late game. Fire Axe Trained. Fire Axe Trained, this unit receives a 1 shift in all hand-to-hand combat, so whether they're defending or they're attacking. Civic Authority. Once per action phase, this unit may spend its Civic Authority action marker when it is on or adjacent to a village space to release 1 unit in that village. It can either remove the Defiant marker from the regular civilians unit in that space, or flip a villager's unit to its refugee side. It remains in place but can start moving in the usual ways. Place a Civic Authority marker on this card to keep track of when you have used this ability. Because of that ability, I do like sending the FD-129 auxiliaries down into the Suburbs Track and starting to get these refugees kind of moved off. However, since we are spending a lot of refugee actions on the trains, how useful the FD-129 auxiliaries is with the expansion, they're kind of nerfed a little bit because you have a lot, especially with Xeno, because Xeno does a lot of things with her refugee actions as well. Sheriff Hunt, law enforcement. He does have a diamond, again, so he can move through here without having to worry about the movement issue with the catacombs. He has a strength of a 5 on his healthy side. He has a strength of his 3 on his reduced, on his injured side. Move value of 4, so if I do a movement action, he can move 4 spaces. As his whatever his abilities, so leadership. So he has a special token here, just like the civil authority token for the auxiliaries. Once per action phase, he may spend his leadership action to give one civilians or refugees unit in a space on or next to him 1 free action. Place a leadership marker on this card to keep track of when you use this ability. This is really huge if Hunt is like in town center. He can give like a civilian unit the ability to do a forage action, or if there's actually a unit in the hospital, he can command them to heal. And when you heal, your infection level goes down. So it's a really nice ability that is really good to use. I misunderstood that for a while. I was like, when I first started learning this game, I was using that on other heroes. It doesn't work on other heroes. It only works on civilians or refugees units. So if there's a refugees unit next to them, you can kind of, again, help further them along to get them to town center. And we'll kind of see how that works. Long range, he can make a gunfire attack from 2 spaces away, but with a -1 shift penalty. So normally, if he's on his healthy side, he'll be doing a gunfire attack of a 5, but long range, so if he's 2 spaces away, he would only be doing a gunfire attack of a 4, which is still good. You don't want to do attacks of less than a 4 usually. There are some exceptions. Normally, you're doing an attack of 4 or 5, and it puts you in a good spot. You're going to get at least 1 hit as long as you roll higher than a 5 if you're attacking at a 4. Tough. Each time he receives a hit, he rolls a die, and if he gets a 1, 2, or 3, you suffer that hit normally. So almost invariably, when you roll low, that's bad. Rolling high is always good. 4, 5, or 6, the hit is canceled. Martial arts, in every hand-to-hand combat, he is allowed 1 reroll, and that result is final. Then there's a versus game ability, which I won't even go into. Colonel Kingman, you camera hog. So he is military. His regular strength is a 3 when he's healthy. His reduced side is a 2. He has an ability of a defensive perimeter. If a Zed unit or a Zed's mob moves into a space that is on or adjacent to Colonel Kingman, you roll a die. And a 1 through a 4, there's no effect. On a 5 or a 6, that Zed's movement is thwarted, and it returns to the space from whence it came. Hunker down. Whenever he is defending, he will get +1 shift. So it can be a huge difference, right? So basically, his strength's only a 3. So say the Zed's a 5. Well, that's Zed's advantage. But if he's defending, Colonel Kingman automatically gets a shift, so that would get to equal to. And if he has any terrain shift, it would even go further. So that's really strong. Strong point. Once per game as an action for 3 supplies, you may build a strong point in the space you occupy. This gives a terrain shift of 3 and can never be moved. Now that terrain shift of 3 is never, you can't, when you have a terrain shift, you have to either choose. So say I build a strong point here. Now that naturally has a shift of 1. You would not combine those. Now if the train was there, you would get the train edition. That's very unique for the train. So normally it's just the shift of a 3. But between the shift of a 3 and hunker down, you're basically shifting 4, which means Colonel Kingman can be attacking at human ×3 more often than not, which is really, really strong. So it does cost 3 supplies, and we only have 6, so we are going to need to do some foraging to get the rest of these supplies. The minefield, once per game, is an action for 2 supplies and an ammo. You may build the minefield in a space you occupy. So the minefield goes on the board. When a Zeds enters a space with a minefield, you will immediately do a gunfire attack of a 7, which is really, really strong. And then it goes to the reduced side. The next time a Zed unit enters, you do a gunfire attack of a 4, and then this comes out of the game. It's really nice, especially against his 9 Zeds. So that would actually happen before the combat takes place. So just kind of track that. And that is it. There's a military ability in a versus game, which doesn't matter. We have 2 left. Rusty Staub on his regular side, he's a 4. On his reduced side, he's a 5 in hand-to-hand combat, but a 2 in gunfire combat, which is really interesting. So abilities, he's a survivalist. When he does a forage action, he always gains a supply in addition to the result, even if you fail the forage action. That's huge. He is a crossbow armed. His first gunfire attack each turn costs 0 ammo. It still costs an action. Lucky, when Staub makes his saving roll, he can roll 2 dice and choose the better outcome. Again, saving roll, if you're going to be defeated, you need to roll 4, 5, or 6 to be saved. However, he gets to roll 2 dice, so he is more likely than not going to be saved, which is really cool. Rugged. Stop gets a rugged roll each time he receives a hit. He rolls one die. If it's a 1 through 4, he suffers that hit normally, but 5 or 6, he can cancel it. And then Ferocious, his hand-to-hand strength increases to 5, and Gunfire strength decreases to 2 when wounded. Alan Zeno Jones can be moved into a hospital staff office or laboratory space because he is a science hero. Where did he go? During the 4R phase, you may spend one available refugee action to place this hero directly on the laboratory or hospital staff office space. If he is on one of these spaces, you may spend one available refugee action to move him directly to an empty space containing no player, raiders, or Zeds units. Now, I probably won't be doing that much because with the trains especially, there's so many other things that we're going to want to do in the 4R activations, but we'll get to that. His own agenda, once per action, he receives a character action to spend on his unit only. Place his own agenda marker on this card to keep track of when you have used this ability. Prototype gun. This hero consumes one supply instead of ammo when making a gunfire attack. That can have some really nice synergy with Stab. And then human testing. When Zeno is in a hospital staff office, he can spend his own agenda action to move one unit in a hospital bed to the cemetery to turn over the next research card for free. I assure you I'll be doing that at least once. Daniel, just sell Arkham, buy Lord of the Rings, play it a bit, then sell that one as well, and buy good games from the returns. Good games from the returns. What? No, that seems like I'm going to lose money on that. But I appreciate the advice, Daniel. All right. Well, I have yammered on for way too long. There's a lot to get through in doing this. I have a different setup, so hopefully because normally I have this over here, but I felt like this actually would work better for the camera. So, and if we get more heroes, we're going to have to figure out where the heck I'm putting these suckers. But all in all, I like where we're at. So we are going to do the first event. Remember, there are 28 cards in this event deck. Let me make sure I did it right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The first 3 are Chapter 1. We know we have no special events to worry about for the first 3 rounds, which is nice. I'm going to get the event card. And how do we start this puppy off? With a stocked barn discovered. So there are 5 phases on each card. We will go through all of them. The 4R phase has a 1. When I move a train, I can bring 2 heroes. Now, it says unmounted heroes, so if I had General Lee in the game, I could not go ahead and move them with me, but I will absolutely move, what's your name? Rusty Staub over with the local train. And we can move as far as we want with this activation, and I'm going to, as long as there's nothing that says stop, and we can't stop in a location with we'd be forced to stop if we had like a Zeds unit or whatnot. But we're going to move this train out to the Lucky Strike mine, and I'm going to go out there with Rusty. I like him out there for foraging because he can get ammo and he always gets a supply every time he forages. Once we get to that location, I'm going to get 2 ammo right off the bat. That gets me up to 6, which is super nice. Right, so that's an outbound train going this way, and hopefully these refugees, these defiant villagers will become refugees, and we'll be able to take them back home, because who doesn't want to save the refugees? Now, there's an action thing that's weird. When we get to that, I'll explain that. Some of the rules for the rails could have been a little bit better, which is kind of par for the course for this game, but it's really not that bad. You just kind of figure out the magic of Google. Most of the questions you'll have, there are threads on BGG and whatnot. So that is the 4R phase. We use that activation. I did not use it on Xenos like I could. I did not use it on any refugees. I don't have any refugees. I used it to move that one train up into the Lucky Strike mine and got myself 2 ammo, which is great. Now we go to the infection phase. If this thing was 2 or higher, I would make a roll. I'm not going to bother rolling. I can't roll. Even I could not roll less than a 0 or a 0. So it's 0. It's like tie or less. Even I could not roll a 0 with 2 dice, so we're good. The eat phase. Eat phase is similar. If I had any units in the hospital or any refugees in a camp, I would roll 1 die and see if I got a number that was equal to or less than whatever that number would be of, again, things in the hospital plus refugees. I'm not going to bother rolling because even I could not roll a 0. And now we're going to do the Zeds phase. The Zeds phase, you're going to act, usually a lot of these events will have the special thing for the round or for the turn, I should say, using the nomenclature of the game. You would have a special thing that relates to the Zeds phase. This one does not. Instead, we just activate 2 tracks. So looking at the symbols, we're going to activate the mountain track. So we go closest to town center all the way to the start space. We're activating that Zed unit. He just moves one forward. And then we activate the forage track. This Zed unit goes up into Route 6. Now we go to the player phase. In the player phase, at the end of this phase, if a player unit is in the farm space, increase your supplies by a die roll. Place a goodies marker in this space as a reminder. So I'm going to put a reminder token here to make sure I don't forget it. I will put the goodies marker in the farm space. And that is definitely something we're going to want to take advantage of. We now get 3 event actions, and I have this 1 player action. In a solo game, you get the 1 player action. In a co-op game, you would just have everything else would be identical, except you would have multiple player actions, and then it would trigger these things called pressure events, which again, I'll probably do that the next time I feature this on the channel. So how do I want to do this? I have this player action and then those 3 actions and then these special actions here. We will Sheriff Hunt should probably go out there. Yeah, like that. So we're gonna move. We're gonna do 1 action and give movement to Sheriff Hunt. He's gonna move 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. It puts him in the goodie spot. Sheriff Hunt is now going to use his leadership ability to give a foraging action to the civilians that are on St. Thomas. So I'm rolling 1 die. It's a 5. When you do a foraging action, any named space, so there's town and town center, there's farm, there's mine security, there's other named spaces. The foraging action is happening in St. Thomas. It's not happening on the farm. So other named space, if you roll a 4 or 5, you get a supply. And had I rolled a 6, we would get an ammo. Done. We're going to do his own agenda. We're going to move Zeno into the laboratory. The laboratory. I can use actions to give movement to the trains. I really don't want to right now. So that's just is what it is. I do want to get... Ooh, I could just move Kingman. That's actually really nice. That's nice. I always want to get Kingman there and just set up. I like setting the defensive perimeter and stuff on the highway track. I just find that the best place on the board for Kingman. So I'll stick with that. I also want to get the auxiliaries out into the world. So let's do this. I'm going to use a move action. So I go from 3 down to 2. I have 2 actions left, and we're going to move the auxiliaries. They have a movement of 4s. 1, 2, 3, and 4. They're going to use their civic authority action to turn. So again, civic authority, I can take a defiant marker from a regular civilians unit or flip a villagers unit to its refugee side. It remains in place but can start moving the usual ways. So I'm going to flip this. I have 1 or 2 actions left. We'll do a foraging action with Rusty. So he rolls 1 die. He rolls a 6. Amazing. I get 2 ammo because I'm foraging in the mine. So I get 2 ammo, and then again, because of Rusty, he's a survivalist, I get a supply as well. So that was a really nice 6 to roll there. And I have 1 more action. I think I'll use a refugee action to move Kingman. Because again, Kingman can board the train as it moves, and that would be stronger. So it just kind of saved me wasting a bunch of actions with him. But I can move to... Probably want to start setting up some barricades while I have a chance. Barricades are really nice. So I will move with this last action. Let me get this civilians unit is going to have a move of 2, and we're just going to set that over there. Nah, we already have a bunch of stuff there. Kingman's going that way. We'll just move this into the tunnel track because a lot of crazy things can happen on the tunnel track. So those are all my actions. We go to housekeeping. If I was going to restore any order, if I had a unit where there was a chaos marker, I would store order. We'd deal with that later. But I'm going to flip all these spent tokens back up, flip that back up, and that is the end of housekeeping. But at the end of the phase, actually before we even get to housekeeping, I do have a player unit in the farm. So I'm going to roll a die. I get that many supplies. I rolled a 3, so I go from 8 up to 10, flip it over up to 11. And this comes off, the goodies marker comes off, and this event is done. All right, Jesus must feel like, this must feel like when someone new to Midnight stumbles into your stream, no idea what's going on, anyway, gotta leave soon. Yeah, dude, this game is intense. It's got one of the greatest systems I've seen in a game of kind of easing you into it, but this is level 5. Um, Level 4 and level 5 is not much of a difference, but if you're going from like level 0 and then everything is layered, it's like if you look at these heroes, this is Sheriff Hunt's a level 1 hero, but these civilians are level 2. Colonel Kingman's level 2. Rusty Staub is from level 2. Alan Zeno Jones is from level 4. Rumors and Rails, again, is like a level 6 essentially. So there's a ton going on. So this event is out. We now go to round 2. What's going on? So we pull the event card. What does it say? Oh, buddy, heroic civilians arrive. Like that. So we're going to do the 5 phases in order. The 4R phase, we have a number 1. What is the 4R? I should have said this last time. It's Raiders, Rangers, Refugees, Rescuers. The way it becomes now, though, it's kind of Raiders, Rangers, Refugees, or Rails, or Xeno. So you can use that number. So that number only matters for the Refugees, the Rails, or Xeno, right? That number doesn't matter for anything else. We have no Raiders on the board. We have no Rangers on the board. We don't have the Rescuers on the board. So we're just going to have to, what do we want to do with that activation for the rails? I am going to go here and we're going to move Colonel Kingman into this space, which is really cool. So we're going to roll a die for infection. Well, again, I could have moved these refugees out. I'm trusting that I'll have another opportunity to do that. That should work. Can I move them? Nope. That's fine. It's a little dangerous, but I think we'll be okay. We are going to go to the infection phase. My infection level is still at a 0, so that's fine. Eat. Again, I don't have anything to roll against, so that's fine. We're going to activate the Zeds on 2 tracks. We're activating the Zeds on the tunnel track. So this is a namespace. It is now Zeds controlled. We will put a chaos marker there. We have 11 left. And we're activating the Zeds on the highway track. That guy moves up. And again, if that was adjacent to where Kingman was, we would make a defensive perimeter roll, but it is not adjacent. It is actually 2 away. Event action. At the beginning of this phase, place a new random heroic civilians unit in town center. I have 8 heroic civilians left. I'm going to roll this die. They're in the same order they were. We get the Farmingdale Furies, who are like, I'm going to break up the Sausage Fest with some Furies. That's right. What do these do? The Farmingdale Furies are heroic civilians, just like the FD-129 auxiliaries. Their strong side is a 6. Their weakened side is a 3. Their movement value is a 4. They're brawlers. They cannot make gunfire attacks. They just do some brawling. They're also tough. Each time they receive a hit, you roll a die. A 1, 2, or 3, they suffer that hit normally. A 4, 5, or 6, that hit is canceled. And they don't fit on the screen. Oh no! Can I move this over? I can move that over. If we get a couple of more heroes, we'll have to figure this out anew, but for now, this should work. Very cool. So another heroic civilians, don't mind having the brawlers among us, and that tough ability is really nice. Again, it's the same tough ability as Sheriff Hunt, but it's also different than the rugged ability of Rusty Staub. So we have 2 event actions, and we have our player action here. I'm going to do his own agenda with Alan Zeno Jones, and he's going to use that action to do a research action. So how does the research work? This is the DPC commission. This card sets up the research discard pile. You can begin researching the cure for the Zeds. There's a bunch of flavor text on there. I'm probably not going to read it. It just takes a while. So to get a successful research, I need to roll a 3, 4, 5, or a 6, and I'm doing that with Alan's own action there. I rolled a 6, so rolling good early for sure. The early research card comes off. Sasha Brooks volunteers. No special event occurs, but there are only 3 early research cards left. Once we get through those, we have a chance to get into the super weapon, which would be really nice. And again, the next research is also going to be a 3, a 4, a 5, or a 6. Cool. I'm going to do some things with Kingman. I might just actually get both of his things out of the way. I'm going to spend this player action. I'm going to spend 3 resources to get back down to 8. So I go from 11 down to 8, and we're going to put the strong point on the board. Hello, strong point. You will go right there. Additionally, I'm going to spend an action, get down to 1 action. I'm spending 2 supplies. I go from 8 down to 6 and 1 ammo. We're putting the mine there because I just want to make sure that is done. I'm going to use a leadership action from Sheriff Hunt to give a forage action to the level 4 civilians. They rolled a 2. It was an unsuccessful forage. I'm going to use the civic authority action to get rid of this defiant marker. Probably won't matter, but who knows? Why not? And then I have one more event action. Notice I haven't attacked any zombies yet. It just doesn't make much sense to. At this point, I will... do want to get a barricade in there. Get the Furies into place. They can probably put a barricade. Let's forage with Staub while we have control of that mine. So Staub's going to forage, rolling a d6. He rolls a 4. So we're in the mine. We get 1 ammo. And then Staub is a survivalist. He always gets a supply whenever he forages. So if I can really get my supplies, my ammo way up, it will open up a lot of the rounds in the future. End of the round, we go to housekeeping. There's no chaos markers I'm taking off the board. We're going to reflip all these spent tokens, and then we're going to get rid of that event. We go to the third turn. Third turn is the final chapter 1 card. It flips over. Dance Spice says laugh out loud. Assuming at Daniel saying this must be like walking into a maze night thing when you don't know what's going on. Our caddy, love that game, feels like a movie. Our caddy says again, more exactly, it feels like a never ending full of death show like Walking Dead for sure. Dan says, yeah, for sure. I haven't played this side of the board yet. Very cool. So the third chapter is rule number 7, cardio. So for our phase, Raiders, Rangers, Refugees, Rescuers. I'm going to use the value of a 1 on these refugees and get them off of Beauville. We have to roll a die. Well, we don't. Infection is still at 0. Eat. Now, we're not rolling a die this time. Unlike the last 2 events, we actually have to eat 1. So we take a supply, eat a sandwich, down to 6. Zeds. At the beginning of this phase, we're going to place 1 new Zed unit on an empty start space of my choice. What are our empty start spaces? Well, it's either the forest track, the tunnel track, or the highway track. I am most excited about putting this on the tunnel track. It's a 4. Awesome. Start space, okay, blah, blah, blah. If and when a Zed unit enters a space occupied by any civilians or hero unit this turn, you may freely retreat that unit instead of engaging in hand-to-hand combat. We're activating the highway track, the suburbs track twice. We're going to do that sequentially. First activation, this guy moves here. Second activation, he moves here. Normally that would trigger hand-to-hand combat. We would have an infection increase, all that stuff. But no. I'm going to take advantage of rule number 7, cardio. I want, really want this to be have a chaos marker, because if you don't have a chaos marker in a suburbs track, that means that some Zeds might actually just land on Beauville, or is more likely to land on Beauville. Don't want that to happen. So we're going to just give up East Iraq. These guys are like, maybe being defiant wasn't such a good idea. Let's back up. And then now these guys, since there's a Zed unit here and there's no other player units, these defiant villagers become refugees, and they'll also run away. Now, if this happens again, now that they're refugees, if there's a Zed unit that no player units, well, then they're devoured, +2 to the infection level, and a whole bunch of nastiness. That East Iraq is now Zed's controlled, so it will get a chaos marker. We go to the action phase. I get 1 event action, and that's it. We're going to go to our actions now. So Zeno is still chilling in the laboratory. He's going to use his own agenda to give himself a research action. I need a 3, 4, 5, or 6. I rolled a 5. Early research card flips over. Pamphlets distributed. Heal up to 2 civilian units by 1 hit each with normal infection level decreases. Well, I have no civilian units with damage on it. That's totally fine. But the next research is going to need a 5 or a 6. It's going to be really hard to do. One of the reasons I love Professor G, if she was in the game, she gives you +1 to her research rolls, and you can blow through that research deck a lot easier. You're only allowed 1 successful research a turn, though. I should say that to make that clear. But it's a lot easier to do with a G. With Zeno, it's easier to do, but we're going to need to have a unit in the hospital and do some untoward, some unfortunate testing. What do they call it? Human testing. Great. We are now going to do the leadership action with Sheriff Hunt. We're going to give a foraging ability to the level 4 civilians in St. Thomas. I rolled a 2, so that was unsuccessful. The FD 129 auxiliaries. kind of not doing much. There's not much civic. There's no more civic authority things for them to do out there, so they're just chilling. I'm going to spend a player action and 2 resources to get a barricade on the board in 1. Like, I know that looks weird. Zed units can really bounce around the tunnel track, so I just love having a really strong defensive wall there. And then finally, I only have 1 event action left. I want to move the Furies. I want to get all my heroic civilians on the suburbs. That seems a little unnecessary. I could do another foraging action since I'm down to 4 here, which isn't great. I will... Yeah, let me forage with Rusty again. Just makes sense. Alright, I rolled a 4, so that's 1 ammo and 1 supply. Again, the more supplies I have, the more barricades I can build. If I can get a barricade on like every track, that'd make me happy. There are 5 barricades in the game, not counting the strong point, and that is a strong point. Very cool. So that is the end of the round. They're going to flip all these over. This goes away, and we are headed to Chapter 2. Hold on one sec. All right, our caddy says he hasn't gotten to this side of the board yet either. So for those who don't know, the other side of the board only has 4 tracks, not 5. The tunnel track really mixes things up. Our caddy said he's still struggling with the vaccine in the previous level. Yeah, the vaccines, like, I've only gotten the antidote like twice. I don't do that often. I really want the super weapon though. Paul Delgaitis, gotta leave work early due to the bad weather. Great timing. First time I can be here live for some Zeds. What's up, Paul? I'm sure I'll get some comments from you later, which I always appreciate. And Michelle De Kuiper just chimed in. No clue what this game is or what's going on, but it's Greg, so it will be fun. Well, hopefully, or it's just gonna be not so fun. Again, the most frustrated I get in this game is when I have the Iron Zeds. For those who don't know, the Iron Zed, we've only seen regular Zeds. We will get Super Zeds on the board. There are 9 of them. They are like, once you kill them, they're out. But the Iron Zeds are basically the Zed's version of tough. So you have to roll, and the number of times like I'll do damage to an Iron Zed and I just keep rolling low so the damage doesn't stick is so tilting. It's like the one thing in this game that just so tilts me, which is good. I mean, all my favorite games have at least one thing that just totally tilts me, right? It's part of the ambiance that's created, especially this one. All right, so we're gonna go to the first Chapter 2 card. Now, there are 6 Chapter 2 cards that are kind of regular, so to speak, and 3 of them are going to be special events. So this is not a special event. So the remaining Chapter 2 cards, 5 are regular and 3 are special events. We have Raiders, Rangers, Refugees, and Rescuers. The 4R value is a 1. I am going to flip this train to its inbound side and use the 4R activation for that. We're now going to also have the infection phase. We should roll, but there's nothing to roll. Eat, we're not going to roll for that either. And we go to the Zeds phase. At the beginning of this phase, make a fate draw. The first fate draw, kids. What is it? Bam! Where? Player's choice. So there's going to be a plot twist. I'll get to that in a second. This is a hold for later card. Those are generally really good cards for the players. At the beginning of this phase, make a fate draw, which I did. Place a new Zed unit on the start space of the fated track. This card, again, tells me that I can choose where I want that. I would like a new Zed unit on the start space of the... I don't want to do tunnel track again. I don't want to get too crazy down there. Do I do mountain track? That's not awful. I have a lot of gunfire, especially with Rusty right there. But what's activating? The Forage Track's activating twice. I don't want to do that. Highway Track's activating once. Don't want to do that. I could do the Suburbs Track. I mean, I had the Furies. They can come down and start helping out down there. And I already have the auxiliaries, so great. I'll put it on the start space of the Suburbs Track. Oh, it's a level 8. That's fine. During his turn, for each regular civilian unit eliminated or sent to the hospital, after a saving roll, place a new Zed unit on the space where it was killed. Apply the stacking limit. If necessary, very unlikely that happens. I would have to roll really bad, although you're saying there's actually a chance in the highway right now, so maybe I shouldn't have said that out loud, because, you know, like when I say things out loud, it's almost the guaranteed way to make them happen. All right, Killdozer, hold for later. Play this card when a player unit begins a hand-to-hand combat attack for 2 shift. That is only an attack. I can't use it for defense, but only attack, and you get a 2 shift for that fight. I will put these event cards. I can actually create a pile of these over here, and hopefully I just don't forget about them because there's a lot of else going on, but that should work. Great, so we're activating 3 activations instead of just the 2 that we've been seeing. We're activating on the highway track. This comes in. I'm going to make a defensive perimeter roll. 5 or 6, I cancel that move. I rolled a 1. It's like a 5 or a 6, but not quite. So we have our first hand-to-hand combat. That's going to come up. This defiant marker comes away. Now, what's this combat? So it's a 9 to a 2. That is definitely Zeds times 3, and then we apply the shifts. Because of the natural terrain shift in Ingeborg, we have a shift to Zeds times 2. So I'm rolling 2 dice. I rolled awful. That's really bad. So I rolled a 3. So that is 4 damage to these guys. So again, remember I said it's probably not going to happen? Oh, it's absolutely happening right now. So these guys are... Man, I'm just so predictable the way this stuff plays out. So this dude is dead. I'm going to make a saving roll. 4, 5, or 6. He is saved. He is saved. Since he's saved, he goes to the hospital because, again, he took 4 hits. He's injured. We put him in the hospital. I don't mind that, actually, because Zeno has some things to say about that. But because he goes to the hospital and I made a successful saving roll, we do have to increase the infection level up by 1. Now, what did it say? Well, now we have the Defiant guys there. They're like, uh-oh, what's going on with these Zeds? They're running away, so they're fleeing refugees, which is great because I do have an inbound train right there. And now what's going to happen? Well, we have to put a regular Zed unit in that space because the space where it was killed. So now instead of just having 9 Zeds to worry about, we have a mob of a 9 and a 6, which is really, really not great. It's really bad. All right, so that activation is done. We're now activating the Forage Track. This goes up. All right, that's the first activation. We're activating the Forage Track again. This goes up again. Definitely having an infection increase, no longer defiant. And what's the math here? So it's a 5 to a 4, so it's Zed's advantage, but the terrain shift makes it as equal to. So hopefully I do not roll a 3 again, because that is not how you win this game, by rolling 3s. I can assure you of that. What do we get? A 10! That's more like it. So we do 3 damage. The Zed units have 2 hits and then they flip, unlike our units which have 1 hit, then they flip, or our heroes which have just that's it. 1 hit, they're flipped. 1 another hit, they're dead. So, it is what it is. So 3 hits. So they're going to flip. And then we put 1 damage. The 10 equal to, we get 1 damage on our civilian unit there, which is totally fine. We go to the action phase. We get 3 event actions. What's going on? Is this going to be better than the recent 20 Bones playthrough video? I don't. That was like interesting. I mean, it got long, but I was like, I don't know. The problem is when I'm like trying to feature a tyrant, like I kind of have to at least get up to the tyrant, right? And then if I lose, it is what it is, which I've done that, more than once for sure. So yeah, that was a ridiculously bad start. Tom Briggs, I tried level 5 for the first time. Seeing new cards is great, but the special events killed me. Oh yeah, the fake cards are really bad. Oh, and the special events too. Yeah, you're talking about the special events. Yeah, there's a lot of them too. It's really, really sick. All right. I'm going to use his own agenda. These guys aren't going to survive very long. So his own agenda, Zeno is going to move into a hospital space. And he's got some human testing on his mind for next turn because I don't really want to waste a bunch of actions trying to get a 5 or a 6 for sure. Oh, wait. So this gets placed there. That triggers actually defensive perimeter. So let me see if that works. I rolled a 6, so he actually gets pushed back. So there's a whole like part of the dossier which talks about Colonel Kingman. It gets very strange and some of the wording isn't very precise on here, but that just count is getting moved into there. So defensive perimeter, we just push that back. It's actually possible for a unit to get placed there, pushed back, pushed back, pushed back. It's like, but you'd have to roll a bunch of 5s or 6s. But I feel a lot better about not having to face an entire mob. Don't forget the terrain shift here is really sick because I'm going to have 3 for that plus the 1 for hunkered down. And if the train's still there, we'll have plus another one. So even though it's like Zeds times 3, I have the train, the +3 for the strong point, and the 1 for hunker down. Like I can move that 5 over and get to a human times 2. So I'm probably going to leave the train there. It's a little risky, but I think I'm going to leave the train there solely for the purposes of the um what am I talking about? Solely for the purposes of that combat, which is looming. Did I use? Yeah, I think I used that 4R to flip him. That's right. I did use that to flip him inbound. Great. 3 actions. I mean, I could spend 2 actions right off the bat to put the refugees on and move them. Notice when I moved the heroes before that you can just put a hero on the train. But if you're trying to move refugees, it's a whole separate action. So either you need a 4R with a 2, and then you can put the refugees on and move, or you need to spend 2 actions. From what I've read, it doesn't seem like I can spend an action now and then an action later. It does seem like you have to do it all at once in one phase. But again, a little bit of ambiguity with the rumors and rails, so I'm going to play on the more conservative side of that for sure. But remember, once I get a refugee back to camp, that's when we'll start having our rumors, which is super nice. All right, so I did Xeno's action. Sheriff Hunt is going to give the level 4 civilians a forage action. We rolled a 6. That's nice. When you roll a 6 in a namespace, we get another ammo. Man, I really need more supplies. So I'll do a forage action. I'll use this player action to do a forage action with Rusty. He rolls a 4. We get another ammo, so we're up to 11, and a supply because of survivalist. I think what's about to fall apart here. That's an 8. All right, I'm going to use an action to get the Furies out into 2nd Street. And then I'm going to use another action and spend 2 supplies to get a barricade there. And I have one more action. I could do a gunfire attack with those guys. I could do a gunfire attack with Hunt, but it's minus, so it would be the same strength. I have so much ammo, that's probably the right play. Don't think it makes sense to do a gunfire attack of a 3 with the Colonel. Civic Authority is not doing much for me. I'm not even going to try to heal that guy. He's just getting thrown to the cemetery because of Xeno, because Xeno is a freaking weird dude. So I'm going to spend an action and an ammo. So I go from 11 down to 10, and I'm going to make a gunfire attack of a 4 with the level 4 civilians against that dude. Try to keep them alive for a while. So I'm rolling 2 dice. Gunfire attack of a 4. I would love a 10 or 11. I rolled a 5. So that's just 1 damage on that Zed unit in Route 5. So this comes out. And we get the next event. Oop, housekeeping. And we get the next event. Yeah, I'm not restoring any order anywhere, so that's fine. What do we get? Oh, Flaming Zeds. That's super interesting. Oh, by the way, Ingeborg, or Ingeborg, whatever, should have a chaos marker, because it is definitely Zeds controlled. So, Raiders, Rangers, Refugees, Rescuers, the numbers are 1. I will move these refugees 1 closer to town center. I do want to get at least one of the town centers soon, so I can get my first rumor on the board. Infection phase, do we have to roll? Well, that's the first time we don't have to roll at all. It says no. I'm only at a 3 in the infection level anyway, so probably one of them mattered anyway. Probably, but we've all seen me roll. Eat is 0, so we can ignore that. During this phase, each Zed's unit or Zed's mob that enters or leaves a chaos space receives a 2 shift. Ooh. Do I want to? Let me change this up. Let me move these refugees out instead of those. Looking at the rest of this card. Receives a 2 shift on its hand-to-hand attacks. Each Zed unit that enters or leaves a chaos space also suffers 1 hit after its move, and this applies to both units in an affected Zed's mob. So we are activating the mountain trek. This is not entering or leaving a chaos space, so it's just going to move. This define marker comes away. It triggers hand-to-hand combat, so the infection level goes up to 4. Now, it is Zed's advantage, and again, Flaming Zeds doesn't apply. and it becomes equal to because of the natural terrain shift there. So I'm rolling these 2 dice. I rolled a 7. It's equal to, that's 2 damage to the Zed unit. The Zed unit retreats. 2 damage to these guys. They are now on their reduced side and only have a strength of 2. We're now activating the Suburbs Track. Again, you activate closest to the town center all the way to the start space. This unit is going to move in here. It is leaving a space with the chaos marker. So it would have been Zed's advantage, but now it becomes Zed's times 3 because of flaming Zeds. And then it becomes Zed's times 2 because of the terrain shift. They are going to take a damage because they did leave a place with the chaos marker. If that damage would have caused them to flip over, you actually still fight on their strength side that they were before you. So again, that really only applies after combat. I just put it out there now so I don't forget. We're going to do a combat at a Zeds times 2. Infection level goes up again. It's up to 5. I rolled a 7. That does nothing for me. So 3 damage to my player unit. They're going to back up. Stacking limit. Oh no, they can't fit there, but they can fit back here with the Furies. That's fine, and this now becomes Zed's controlled, and then this unit in the Suburbs Track start space is also going to activate. So the suburbs are becoming a little bit of a mess. We now go to the event phase, or the action phase. We get 2 actions from there. Alright, what am I going to do? Well, Zeno is going to use his own agenda token to release these guys from the hospital and flip over a research card. Human testing is successful sometimes. So we have turned down allowed music, immediately retreat the Zed unit in any one space. And again, it's a 5 or a 6 to do research again. We have only 1 more early research card. So, you know, maybe I wouldn't mind another unit to come join Zeno up there. It's for real. So I can retreat any unit in any Zed space. I don't really care about any of these guys, to be honest. Yeah, that's not bad. None of these are really that scary, so I will retreat. I'll retreat the Niner. Just make things really complicated for them up there. I'm kind of good with that, which is fine. And then we are going to do the leadership action. We're going to give a gunfire attack to those level 4 civilians. So again, leadership action. We are going to have to spend the ammo. They're attacking at a gunfire attack of a 4. I would love a 7 or higher. We got a 7 on the nose. That's 2 damage, and we've eliminated that unit. So the Forage Track is totally clean. I'm going to do a Forage action with Rusty Staub using the player token. He rolls a 4, so we get another ammo and another supply because of his survivalist ability. I have Civic Authorities not doing much. I want to push these guys back. It's not the worst idea. Then eventually they're going to stack. I really don't hate that combat. They're only a 3. And again, the auxiliaries do get a shift in all hand-to-hand combat, which is nice. 2 more actions. I'm going to do a Forage action with Sheriff Hunt on the farm space. I rolled a 6. Oh, rolling good with the foraging. So since you're on the farm, normally any other space, you just get a ammo, or, you know, the Lucky Strike Mine, you get 2 ammo. But in the farm, you actually get 2 supplies. So that really worked out well. We have 1 more action. I should probably try to move someone somewhere. Let's move. I mean, I could actually have them enter the hospital and then just sacrifice them, which I don't hate. Yeah, I'm going to move this action down, and we're going to move this civilians unit. It has a movement value of 2. We'll move them to space 1, and they're just going to enter the hospital because, you know, Zeno wants to see them. So we're flipping these over. This goes away. We have 7 Chapter 2 cards left. 3 of them are special events. Am I restoring order anywhere? I am not. So next event card, what is it? Mountain Night Assault. Raiders, Rangers, Refugees, Rescuers. The refugee value is a 0, so I can't move my trains. I can't flip a train. I can't do anything with Zeno. It just is what it is. Infection level. We have to roll dice. My infection level is a 5. As long as I roll 6 or higher, we're good. I rolled a 7. That works. The 1 was scary, I'm sure. I promise the other one was a 6. Eat. I have no units in the hospital, so the staff offices don't count. Remember, you have 3 beds here. If I had Seaver in play too, I could get a 4th bed. Otherwise, again, these are just staff offices, so I don't have to worry about eating for Zeno because he's healthy, and I have no refugees in the refugee camp yet, so that's totally fine. So I'm not going to bother rolling for the eat phase. We go to the Zeds phase. At the beginning of this phase, +1 infection per Zed unit on the mountain track. There is 1, so this goes up to 6. Place a new Zed unit on the mountain track's start space. We'll put this guy here. Now, this mountain track activates once. So this unit comes in here. Defending units receive no terrain shifts for this phase. Comes in here, infection level goes up to 7. It is a 5 to a 2, because again, I'm on the reduced side now. So it is Zeds times 2. I do not get the terrain shift. Rolling 2 dice. Feeling this is the end of this unit. I rolled a 5. Oh yeah, that's 3 damage there. I'm going to do a saving roll. It's successful. Infection level goes up to an 8. This unit comes in here, and Zeno is like, okay, we'll take these guys instead. Perfect. This is now Zed's controlled, and then this unit also activates and goes to the mountain track. We have 1 event action, so not a lot to work with, but I really want to get the super weapon, so his own agenda. We're sending this unit to the cemetery. Zeno is a sick man. We flip over the early research card. Rumors of Hope. While this is the current agenda, while this is the current research card, add +1 to all of your saving rolls. The next research action needs a 4, 5, or a 6. What's going on here? Would the 9 strength zombie suffer 1 damage from retreating out of the chaos space per the flaming zombies card? Huh. It's only during the Zeds phase, so no, I did that during the action phase. So no, but that's a really good question. Because it doesn't say it's for the turn, so it's only during the phase. So no, very good question. No. Cool. So thanks for that. I'm gonna do a leadership action, give a foraging action to the level 4s. I rolled a 3, so that missed. Other player actions. I think Staub is going to do a roll. Let's flip this guy to his weaker side for sure. Oh, by the way, these guys should have flipped and gone over here. They're running away. There were no other player units there. Yeah, I think Staub's going to take some shots at those dudes. So we're going to do this player action and spend an ammo. So we're at 9. And Staub is attacking those guys. He's attacking with a level 4 gunfire attack. Oh, he doesn't use a bullet. His first gunfire attack each turn costs 0 ammo. Just costs the action. That's nice. He rolls an 11. 11 will do. That's 3 damage. Uh oh, my heating system just went on. Let me turn that off. Sorry about this. Things I forgot to do. Alright. That will take like 5 minutes to turn off because who knows. But it's going to go off eventually. So this guy flips and he only has 1 health left. Now I'll spend this last action and an ammo. The second one is not a free ammo. And let me just try to kill this dude and just ignore him altogether. I rolled an 8. Again, rolling good there. So it's 2 damage. And this guy is just out. Goes back in the regular Zed's bag. I have no other actions. End of the round. Am I restoring order anywhere? I am not. These all flip. Mountain Knight Assault card is gone. And we go back to the event phase. Alright, so this is up to an 8. We're probably going to get an outbreak at some point, but we'll see how that plays out. Event card. Ooh, we still have not pulled any of the special events. So we're going to get a bunch in a row, which isn't exactly fantastic. So what is happening? The Raiders, Rangers, Refugees, Rescuers, the 4R is a 1. Activating at a bunch of spots. Still, this is still outbound, so I need to flip him at some point. But I'm just going to move this refugee unit here and just try to leave some gap between the Zed units. I really don't want them to get devoured, so that's fine. We have to roll. So again, I need higher than an 8 or we are having an outbreak. I rolled a 9. Don't show off. That's great. Eat. I have no one here. I have no one there. Xeno makes sure that no one stays in the hospital for very long, which is nice. So not going to bother rolling there. Zeds. At the beginning of this phase, check the nuclear plant space. Any units there suffer 2 hits and immediately retreat. I have no units in the nuclear plant. Place a chaos marker on that space. Why? I don't want a chaos marker there. Okay. And no unit can enter that space for the rest of this turn. Place a no entry. So I am going to want to get a unit up there to store the order of that chaos marker for sure. If forced to retreat into its space, a unit must instead retreat to the next available space. We're activating the highway track. Defensive perimeter roll. I rolled a 3, so that was unsuccessful, so they're going to chill right there. We go to the Forage Track. Now the Forage Track activates. I have no units on that track, so we place a regular Zed unit in the start space. Now we'll go here. It's a level 6. And now the Suburbs Track activates. So this guy comes in. This goes up. I will defend with the FD 129 auxiliaries. So it is an equal to battle, but we have a terrain shift of 1, and then the fire axe train gives us another shift. So we are fighting at human times 2. And I rolled a 6. Not the greatest roll in that situation, but it will do. So 2 damage to these guys, which does flip them over. Remember, they already had 1 damage because they were flaming Zeds. They retreat. They're now on a level 1 side. And 1 damage to the auxiliaries. They don't flip yet. Now, the rest of the track activates. This unit activates and goes into 5th Street. Event phase, we get 3 player actions. The 4, 5, or 6. Now let's try to get this gun, man. This is sadistic, but I'm gonna do it. Player action. This guy goes to the hospital. Please treat me, doctor. His own agenda. Well, sorry. For the better of humanity, we had to do something. So, late research card, what is it? Oh, super weapon feature found! Alright, select the super weapon component and place it and the super weapon marker if this brings you the first super weapon component in play. If this would be your 4th super weapon component, you can only receive it if Professor Ag is in a laboratory. We do not have Professor Ag, but super weapon! Where can I fit you? We'll fit you up here, I think. That will work. So where is the super weapon stuff? Great. I really like there's like the bombs. There's like 4 hits and a chaos marker though, but I find it really risky. The Zed streets are nice. You get an automatic hit on top of whatever you roll when you're defending. So if you expect a lot of defense, that makes sense. You got the +1 in gunfire attacks. Considering I have 9 ammo, I don't hate that. And then you have +1 in hand-to-hand attacks. So the Zed's Knuckles, the Gunfire Attack Edition, and then the Zed's Treats are the 3 I've been really going to a lot lately. There's this one, Zed's Retreat. If you hit +2 with the Gunfire hits, then they retreat. I find that a little bit too niche. If I can chill there with Rusty for a while, I think the Gunfire Attack one makes a lot of sense, especially since he can make a Gunfire Attack for free every round. Am I doing any Gunfire Attacks this turn? I mean, even getting some Gunfire Attacks with getting Colonel Kingman up to a 4 might make some sense to try to make this a little bit less harrowing. Because that don't look great, I'm not going to lie. Alright, let me get the +1 in gunfire attacks. And then I think the Zed's treats will be next. Super weapon is in the house. Alright, the next research action is going to cost, well, either a unit unceremoniously discharged from the hospital, or it's going to cost a supply and we need to roll a 5 or a 6. That's really hard to do with my current setup. So, leadership action, I'm going to give a foraging action to the unit in St. Thomas. They rolled a 2, it doesn't do anything. I have 3 event actions left. Staub is going to do a foraging action. He rolls a 3. We get a supply, but no ammo, unfortunately. And he gets the supply only because of the survivalist. I have 2 more actions. I think I used 2 gunfire attacks. That's just a really nasty mob, and I want to just try to leave that as intact as much as I can. So I'm going to use 1 action and an ammo to do an attack with Colonel Kingman. So he's doing an attack at a 3. The super weapon makes it a 4. everyone has access to super weapon. That's a player unit for the most part. Like there's some like wrinkles to that, but the National Guard, if and when they get here, they will not have access until they get the town center, and then they get the extra benefits from the super weapon that we have researched ourselves here in Farmingdale. So I'm doing a gunfire attack of a 4. That's a 5, not the roll of dreams, but it does 1 damage. And I'll put this on the level 9 unit. And then we're going to do this last action, gunfire attack of a 4. Please give me a 7 or higher, or a 3, which is nothing. Oh, that was not the roll of dreams. Okay, flip these over. You can see why rolling at a 4 is nice, because, you know, but it actually wouldn't have made a difference in the way, those exact rolls, it didn't make any difference. But, you know, it's fine. The nice thing with the 4 instead of a 3 is that when you roll a 7, you're doing 2 hits, and if you roll a 10 or higher, you're getting 3 hits, which can make a big difference in how this plays out. All right, the end of the round, this no entry marker goes away. And I already flipped these over. I'm not restoring order anywhere. So this is just done. Check the things. Tom Briggs had a redacted message, which I appreciate. Or, you know, I don't know what you wrote. Often it means like someone sees something and then they answer their own question. So sorry, I missed it when it first came up. And now we have the event action. We're still on level 2. We are due for some absolute badness. Oh, not yet though. Woo! Okay. Raiders, Rangers, Refugees, Rescuers. The refugee number is 0 again, so I can't flip that. I can't do anything. Not the most amazing thing. We're going to the infection phase. I'm already at a 9, so I need a 10 or higher. Nope, did not. What happens? We have an outbreak. So the 9 reduced by what I rolled. I had rolled a 5, so that goes down to 4, and I pull a fate card, and we're going to place a regular Zed unit on the fated track. Bam. Fated track is the forest. So where is this going to go? Well, there's no chaos marker there. So what happens is I'll get to the plot twist in a second. There's no chaos marker there, so it goes in the town space closest to town center. That will trigger an attack. I pulled a 4, which is not bad. So attack happens. This goes up to 5. Hand to hand, I get a terrain shift of 1. I'm going to carry out this combat. Human advantage. I rolled a 9. So human advantage 9, so that's 3 damage. But unfortunately, it is 1 damage to our level 4 unit, so they are injured, and they're going to go to their 2 side, which isn't very strong. So we held on to that space, so I don't mind that. Now the plot twist. The mayor's daughter is missing! Player units in town center cannot move for the remainder of turn. I'll just put that there just as a reminder. This is not really going to affect us. And we go to the eat phase. I do eat 1 supply. And the Zeds are activating twice on the tunnel track. Zeds stumble out of the tunnel into Farmingdale. At the end of this phase, if all Zed units on the following tunnel track spaces attempt to move, if they're in a catacomb space, you make a catacombs roll first. So we're activating the tunnel track twice. This 6 goes up here. This 4 goes up here. Activating again, goes into the catacombs. This goes here. Now, I have something on space 5 and I have something on space 6. We'll do the space 5 one first. It's going to go to the farm space. Oh no! So we do a catacombs roll first. On a 1, 2, or 3, they're going to move normally. On a 4 or 5, they're remaining there. On a 6, they're totally lost. So what do we roll? 1, 2, or 3, they move normally. Hello, Sheriff Hunt. That is going to increase their faction level. We'll do this combat now. So it is Zed's advantage. It becomes equal to because of the terrain shift in the farm. Remember, I get to do a reroll if I need to. So we'll see how this plays out. So it's equal to, I rolled a 6. I don't love that. Let me do a reroll. Hope for something better. Just not something worse. Oh, 4. That's way worse. Yikes. So that is going to be 3 hits to Sheriff Hunt. How many can I cancel? Well, I canceled the first one. I canceled the second one. I did not cancel the third. So Sheriff Hunt is injured. The farm space is now Zed's controlled. And Hunt needs to go get some healing done for sure. So all of a sudden the forest track looks like a mess. We still have 1 unit here. He's going to move to the nuclear plant. He's going to move to the nuclear plant space, and he'll head right there. So it's already had a chaos marker because, there was a meltdown. So ideally, he was there last turn and we're taking those 2 hits. All right, event phase. We get 1 event action, and now I got to figure out how the heck I want to deal with this nonsense. Oh, man, I can't even move. I can move into town center. I just can't move out. Well, it doesn't matter. I only have 2 actions to play with anyway. His own agenda. You can't research from the hospital space, so Xeno is kind of useless right now. Leadership's not going to do much for me. Hunt, I can't even. Sheriff Hunt, I can't even get him to the hospital space, which is super unfortunate. Wow, that was a really bad turn of events. We're going to do this player action and spend a bullet. We're doing a gunfire attack of a 4, and hopefully I break my streak of rolling bad. I rolled a 6. 1 damage. We're going to do this action and a bullet. Gunfire attack of 4. Wow. Really bad. At least I flipped the 9er over, so it's only an attack of a 10 coming in. I have no other actions I can do anything with. So, yeah, that just is what it is. Great. Really unfortunate turn there. Again, this game can turn on you quick. This fate card is done. I could do an attack there. We'll see. Hopefully the Forage Track doesn't activate next turn. But if I lose Hunt, he tried hard. I wish I got a heroic civilians card, but we are definitely due from some badness because that was the 5th Chapter 2 card. So that means 3 of the last 4 are going to be bad events here. So yeah, I'm probably going to lose Hunt, and maybe hopefully we'll hit the saving roll and make that work. This can flip over. We go to event cards. What is it? It's brains. We do have badness. Ugh. Okay. That's fine. Conduct this special turn only. So, pressure event we can ignore. This goes up from 6 to 9. All tracks activate with each Zed unit advancing 1 space only. However, Zed unit activation results in the combat that it wins. It immediately advances again. Repeat as necessary. So, I'm going to go 1 through 5 in that order. So, we're going to activate the Suburbs Track. This goes up. This goes up. So, infection level will probably have an unchecked outbreak, unfortunately. I'm going to defend with the level 2 civilians here. So they are up. It is human times 2, becomes human times 3 because of the terrain shift. So send these guys home. I rolled a 3. I rolled a 3, which is really hard to do to not kill those guys. I'm rolling really bad at like the worst time. So 2 damage, 1 damage to the level 2 units. Since I succeeded, the brains thing doesn't trigger, but then the level 8 comes in, and now that's going to be a lot harder to deal with next time. We're going to activate the Forage Track. The level 6 unit comes in. This goes up. It is Zeds times 2. I have nothing to fix that. So hopefully we can get a big roll here. I rolled an 8. Well, Zeds times 2 and 8. That's 1 damage to the Zeds. 2 damage to Shepherd's Hunt. Sheriff Hunt can try to cancel. He cancels 1. He does not cancel the other. Saving roll? Yes. This goes up because of the saving roll. So we're at 12 there. He gets an EKG marker. And since this says unit 1, it advances again to there. I mean, there's a chance, the way these cards laid out, there's a chance he's going to move into town center, and I just can't do anything about it. Ah, it's really bad. Yeah, I probably should have moved Hunt back. Looking back at how this played out. All right, this unit advances. This goes up. Unchecked outbreak, we take care of this first. So it's going to be Zed's advantage. It becomes equal to a 9. Nice. So 2 damage to the Zeds. They back up. They lost 1 damage to this unit. And then this unit activates. So the Forage Track is done. I need to get, and the fact that I couldn't get through town center was really, like, that fake card really prevented me from doing some of the things I was thinking about doing. But in hindsight, Yeah, I should have, because I couldn't even move someone through town center to try to get that spot locked up. I was trying to get this, I was looking at the security guard to get over there. Um, wow, what a weird turn. All right, mountain track activates. They go there. Highway track. Defensive perimeter triggers. Yes, we negate their movement. Oh, this guy is already a nuclear power plant, so he moves there. So that's fine. Tunnel track activates. There are no Zeds on the tunnel track because they all left the sewers. So we put this guy on the start space. That card is carried out. Oh. Good question from Tom. So, all right, so let's go. Board game descriptions use a +1 hit from super weapon while double gunfire attack. I didn't have +1 hit. I had +1 shift of my gunfire attack. So that was done right. Does this hero have one free range attack? You paid for both of them. This hero does not. It's only Rusty Style that has the free gunfire attack. So that's fine. Does Kinsman do prevents him for the Zeds from the tunnel? He could. I will not. I don't want to do that because I don't want him to come here. Because if I moved him back, and then so a lot of this stuff is optional. Like you don't have to do saving rolls the way it's written. You always can like forgo it. I don't want to trigger defensive perimeter because then if all of a sudden he's here, and then what? I don't want to waste that mine. I really want this mine here. I'd rather this dude just like exist in front of me. I mean, I rolled a 4 anyway, so in case someone's like, "Well, you have to do it." Great, I rolled it. If I rolled a 5 or a 6, I don't know what I was gonna do. So yeah, like I don't, because if you succeed here, then great. Then if I don't succeed there, then I'm wasting a mine. I want that 7 mine for when these dudes get into the Route 4 here. Please do not activate the Forage Track. Yay! All right, we got a chance. Oh wait, I never did my unchecked outbreak. Shoot! So, that unchecked outbreak was triggered up there. No, it was triggered here. So, unchecked outbreak. I rolled 2 dice. I got a 6. This goes from 13 down to 7. We do a fate draw. We're putting a Super Zeds on a track. We put the Super Zeds on the mountain track. Oh, that's rough. Oh, that's awful. All of this is awful. These fake cards are awful. All right. So, we have to go back. Oh, I got the Iron Zeds too. This is like the worst turn of events, dude. This guy would have gone there. Mount Track had not activated yet, so the Super Zeds would have activated during the last Brains card. Oh, this is really bad. Oh man, I think I'm toast. All right, Super Zeds would have gone in. This would have gone up. The plot twist is remove one super weapon component if you have discovered a super weapon. Yeah, I mean, all this is awful. Remove a super weapon component if you have discovered a super weapon. Otherwise, add 1 random early resource card to the top of the resource track. So I lose the +1 in gunfire, and then place a new Zed unit on the start space of the track with the fewest Zeds, which is like the worst double whammy ever. Fewest Zeds would have been the tunnel track, right? So that makes sense. So the fewest Zeds at that point would have been the tunnel track, and then they would have activated as part of the brains card. So I won't add another Zeds. I added the Zeds there anyway because when I activated them, there was nothing there. So I took care of that just a little bit out of turn just to kind of keep things a little bit more orderly considering I messed up with not doing the unchecked outbreak. This had already gone up. So now we do combat. Again, I already moved the infection from a 7 to an 8. Combat is Zeds times 2. The train gives me +1, so it's Zed's advantage, and then the terrain gives me an equal to. This is a huge roll. Ugh, all of this is bad. Oh, a 6. That's not going to do it, kids. 1 damage to the Zeds. Nope, he's the Iron Zed, so it only is a damage if I roll that. Cool, so 1 damage to the Zeds, 2 damage to Rusty. I'm going to roll for my rugged roll. 3 doesn't cancel. 1 doesn't cancel. Saving roll. 4, he's saved. This goes up for the saving roll. The Zeds takes control of the Lucky Strike mine, and then the Zeds are going to move again. That destroys that train, and it also devours these refugees. I'm going to try to save the refugees. I do. They go here with an EKG marker, and this goes up again. that was a crazy turn of events. All right, this train's out, and now we have some Iron Zeds on the Trail 3. And then this dude would have activated and gone to Lefty's Pass. All right, so the Brains card is totally done. Now we go to this card. The Doctor is in. Raiders, Rangers, Refugees, Rescuers. Our 4R number is 0, so that's fine. We're going to go to the infection phase. We're not rolling. At the end of this phase, immediately place the infection level to 13 and conduct an unchecked outbreak. The rest of this is pressure events and versus game stuff, so it doesn't apply to us. This goes to 13. I'm rolling. I rolled a 5, so I'm rolling real good for the infection rolls, guys. We're doing an unchecked outbreak, so I'm putting a Super Zeds where? I'm doing a Super Zeds in the suburbs. Super Zeds comes in, so again, because there are chaos markers, the Super Zeds, instead of going to the closest town, it will go to the closest space with a chaos marker. But since that stacking limit applies, the Super Zeds is going to go back to East Irek. It is a Zed Hemoth. They're attacking at a 12. This is all gone to crap really quick. Fortunately, the fake card is played to negate any future play this card event or to reroll any die or dice outcome that includes a 1. Reroll both dice when applicable. Cooler heads prevail. I like that for negating any fake cards. Right. Eat 0. We have to activate on 3 tracks. Activating on the highway track. Defensive perimeter roll. 5 or a 6, please. No. So I failed the defensive perimeter roll. They're going to come in before anything else happens. This mine triggers, and we do an attack, a gunfire attack of a 7. I would love a 12. Or 10 is perfect. So 4 damage. I kill this dude. It's tough. Wonder the math, because you don't know. I don't know what's on the other side of that. Yeah, I'm just going to kill this dude and do 1 damage to this dude. Out. Now hand-to-hand combat triggers with Colonel Kingman. So I'm going to go infection level up. It is a 6 to a 3, so that's Zeds times 2. Looks bad, right? Hunker down gives me Zed's advantage. The strong point gives me human times 2 because it shifts over 3 more. And the train gives me human times 3. We already increased the infection level. So human times 3. I rolled an 8. No damage to Kingman. 3 damage to the Zeds. They back up with 1 damage on them. Oh, it was a 1 on the other side. Nice. Cool. So that track is done being activated. Oh, I forgot to activate that dude. Again, he's getting closer and closer to town center. I really need to move some dudes. I need to move a dude there. I need to move a dude there. But I will have the actions to do it this turn. Activating on the mountain track. Mountain track, this comes in. This gets a chaos marker. This guy goes to Lucky Strike Mine. And then we activate on the tunnel track. This Zeds moves here. We go to the event phase. We get 1 event action. Woo! That went south fast. James McGowan. Oh, yeah. That turned brutal in a hurry. Tom Briggs. Yeah. I think we're still okay. That might be more wishful thinking than not. Wow, I need to heal some dudes. Yikes. I don't even know what to do. I have my 2 strongest dudes are injured. I need to get some defense here, here, and here. I am pretty much out of... I only have 2 actions. Could sacrifice this refugee unit to get a super weapon feature back. That was really gross to lose that. I haven't got any rumors yet. Oh, boy. Alright. Wow. Everything's just 1 further away than I want it to be. I'm going to use this 1 player action to move the Furies. They can move 4. I'm going to move them 1, 2, 3, 4. Get them into the mall district. We're going to use his own agenda to move Xeno here. The Iron Zeds there is so bad. So bad. And I'm going to use my last action. I've kind of shored up what I needed to shore up. I mean, it's best case scenario for me right now. I'm going to try to do some healing. I'm going to spend 1 action, reduce this, and I'm going to heal Sheriff Hunt 1. So we take the EKG marker off, I heal him again, he's back, and I can just discharge him for free. So the good thing is the saving rolls for these two were both excellent. Once I heal the refugees once, they go to town center. We reduce infection. You reduce infection whenever you heal. They'll increase infection again, so it's like net zero whenever you heal the refugees. They go to the refugee camp, and then I'll get a first rumor out. And again, the rumors can really help things. Kingman did his job here, which is huge. I only have 3 chaos markers left, but I can get that chaos off the board. And, I'm not in super high risk of losing a lot. There's not a super high risk of other namespaces that I'm about to have chaos markers hitting, so I should be okay. We're gonna flip. This card is out, so there's one more event that is regular, one more event that's a special event, so we'll see what order they come out in. But yeah, 3 special events in a row would be kind of brutal. The fake cards have been pretty bad too, for sure. So let's see what this is. It is not a special event. It's a zombie tsunami. That just can't be good, right? Raiders, Rangers, Refugees, Rescuers. The only thing that applies is the one for the refugees. I could move the train in, but no, I love the fact that's basically, oh, well, I'm going to be times a million anyway. The train, I think the train would have to stop where the Zed unit is. Yeah, the train's kind of stuck there for a second. The nose Zed unit on the track. No, that's the rumor side. Movement. By spending 1 action, can't move. Force a stop. I think they're forced to stop when there's a Zeds. It's a little unclear. Their player units are stack free. Yeah, I'm assuming they're forced to chop when there's a Zeds. They can move through chaos, but they could also restore order normal. I mean, one of the things I could do is just move them here, but I wouldn't be able to move the refugees with them because I only have 4R1. But at least they restore the order there, which I think makes some sense. Yeah, let me use that one to go there. So I'm using the 4R to get this train to the nuclear power plant, and it's going to stop there. It will restore order in the housekeeping phase. We are going to the infection phase. I'm rolling 2 dice. I am already up to the 8 on the infection meter. I rolled an 8, so that's a good roll actually. This goes all the way down to 0. We do a fate draw. We're putting a regular Zeds, not a super Zeds. We're putting a regular Zeds where? Oh, shush. No, that's not happening. We're putting a regular Zeds in the place with the most Zeds units. So the most Zeds units are, I have 3 Zeds units on the suburbs, 1 Zed unit here, 1 Zed unit, 2 Zeds unit, 2 Zeds units. So we're putting this in the chaos marker. Well, stacking limit, it goes back to 5th Street. Place a new Zed unit on the campground space. No, I'm going to just cancel that because I already have a freaking Iron Zeds to deal with, and I don't want to deal with it. So I'm spending this Cooler Head Surveil to negate the play of this card, and they're both out. Might be a little bit premature to use that, but I'm worried about that track for obvious reasons. So I eat 1 supply. And now we go to the Zeds phase. At the beginning of this phase, place a new Zed unit on the start space of every track. Apply the stacking limit if necessary. So we get 1 Zed on the Suburbs Track start space, 1 Zed on the Forage Track start space, Mountain Track, that's a 6er, Highway Track, and Tunnel Track. Great. Woo. I think I just do a lot of healing. Alright, I'm using this player action. Oh, that's so... The bad thing about healing a lot when I'm already down to the zeros, I'm not going to get the infection level decrease. So I should probably do an attack. Oh, man. This is really bad. This is fine. Gaming is doing his job. This is no great thing to attack with. Attack with a Fury would be Zed's advantage, which isn't terrible. No, this would be equal to. Fury cannot make gunfire attacks. He's a movement of 3. He's security detail. I don't have the +1 shift in gunfire anymore because, you know, we lost that. Just amazing. Amazing. That's coming in at 8, which is absolutely brutal. I'm going to need this guy, so... Alright, we're going to do... Oh, man. I don't know what I'm going to do. So many options. Equal to is not bad. Isn't rolling so garbage. Alright, I'm going to do my first player action. The Furies are going to get involved. They're attacking a 6 to a 6. This goes up, equal to... I could just let that activate it to me, though, which is probably smarter. They activate it to me, I get a 2 shift, assuming there's terrain shift. So I think I just lose. I'm just going to lose the bonuses, which is fine. Yeah, we're going to spend 1 action. We're going to heal Sheriff Hunt. That goes down, except it can't. He's going to do a leadership action to give a forage action to the Furies. I rolled a 1. Awesome. We're going to do his own agenda is going to do a gunfire attack here. He has a special weapon though, so again he's using a supply instead of ammo. So he's attacking this unit with a 4. Gunfire attack of a 4. That's a 9. Big roll, 2 damage. Probably just want to reduce that guy, makes some sense. So I'm going to do another action, another supply. Gunfire attack of a 4. Please give me a 5 or higher. I rolled a freaking 3. God, I'm rolling so bad. I'm going to do an action. Heal half of Rusty Staub. And I'm going to do an action to get move 3, get these security forces in town center, where they'll be more useful for me in future turns. Still pretty decent spot. I mean, those Iron Zeds are my biggest concern right now, I think. This is definitely going to be a special action too. So a Brains event is super likely, but I should be set to win most of these. I'll be at human ×2 here, human ×2 here, and I'll be human ×2 there. And if I get Rusty back and the Sheriff back, I have 5 bullets. Those Iron Zeds should be something we can deal with. Alright, flip, flip, flip. That's out. The last chapter 2 event, I think, if my math is right. Oh, brains! Shocker. So, we conduct this special turn only. Infection level goes up 4. All tracks activate with each Zed unit advancing 1 space only. However, oh, that's bad. It's really bad. Well, we have a way to make that work, I think. Alright, so this is going to activate once. I'm going to defend with the level 2. This goes up 1. It is going to be a 9 to a 2. So that's Zeds ×3. Terrain shift makes it 10 times Zeds ×2. Rolling. I rolled a 7, so that's garbage. This dude takes 3 damage. I'll do a saving roll. Doesn't work. They go right to the cemetery. We get a chaos marker here. And then the FDJ, whatever, they back up 1. Oh, you know, I had the Killdozer. Oh, that might have been interesting. No, I'll save that. I mean, I'm glad I saved it, I guess. These guys move in here. The fact that I didn't kill this one dude when I had the ×3 was really gross, because that that 8 versus a 9 strength is a big difference, as you're seeing. So this comes in here. This infection level goes up 1. It's 9 to a 3, but then the strong point or the barricade makes it a Zed's advantage. Give me an 8 or higher, please. Oh, and then the the FD 129 auxiliaries have another +1, so it's equal to. So I really need a 7 or higher. Oh, a 10. A very timely 10. 3 damage, so we reduce this guy to his weak side. 1 damage to the FD 129 auxiliaries, so they're on their weak side now, so they're at a 2. That was a really big roll. And then the rest of this track's going to activate. These guys come here, that guy comes there. We're now activating the Forage Track. All right, this thing comes down, this goes up. It is human times 2. Anything but a 2, please. I rolled an 8. No damage to the Furies, 3 damage to the Zeds unit. They back up. This comes in, this goes up. It is Zed's advantage because it's a 3 to a 2. Terrain shift makes it an equal to. I rolled an 8. Oh, but this would have healed. This order should have restored. So this should be up 1 more. That should have been restored last turn. Sorry about that. We have 3 chaos markers left. All right, so I rolled an 8 with an equal to. That is 2 damage to the Zed unit. Zed unit is out. Good thing we haven't had any of those cards that make you make all hit markers go away. 1 damage to this unit. I'm going to do a saving roll. No more saving. Xeno's very sad. He wants his human test subjects. This dude comes up. This dude comes up. This dude comes up. 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 We are now on the highway track. Defensive perimeter roll. Well, I'm sorry. Down here first. So this goes in. Infection level goes up. It's human times 2. Anything but a 2. I rolled a 3. Wow. So good, guys. This dude, oh, Xeno's dead. Yo! So he flips and backs up his 1 hit on this side. Xeno takes 2 damage. How the heck did I roll a 3 there? I know how. It's me. Saving roll for Xeno. Saved. This goes up again. He gets an EKG marker. Wow. It's really bad. This comes in. Defensive perimeter roll works. They go back to Ingeborg. And this comes up. And now the tunnel track goes up and up. Rain's turn is over. We survived. We survived chapter 2 by the skin of our teeth. Yeah, that's one of the Zeds I know. Says like Katie, you should remove the chaos marker into your power plant. Yep, missed it during the cleanup. I did. Thank you very much. I did catch that late, but I did catch it. All right, event card. Wow. I mean, there's so many things that activate the highway track twice. The fact that I rolled a 3 there is so bad. I think anything higher than a 5 would have been great. Okay. In the dead of the night, so raiders, rangers, refugees, rescuers. I have the 1 activation for the 4R. They're inbound, so I don't want to flip them. The other train is out. Out. I'll move these refugees up 1 to the bridge. I need to roll. I'm at an 11. I literally was down at 1 with the cleanup, and then I added 4, and then we had 6 combats. Well, plus 5 combats and a saving roll. So it looks like we're going to get another fate card here. Some of them are really good. Oh, I rolled a 12. Oh, I don't know if that's good or bad. So sick. All right. So we don't get a fate card. That fate card's probably like really good, right? Eat. I need to roll higher than a 3 because I have 3 units in the hospital. I rolled a 4. Don't show off. At the beginning of this phase, in the Zeds phase, place +1 per Zed unit on the highway track. There's 3. So now we have an unchecked outbreak. Oh, yeah. Ugh. Rolling a 12 instead of an 11 is really bad. I wasted my 12. So we unchecked outbreak. the place it, well, let me get finish the rest of this event. Place a new Zed unit on the highway track, and defending units receive no terrain shifts. Ooh, that's not good. I really don't want to waste that 4 on a oneer. Oh, it's so bad. All right, so I'm going to do an unchecked outbreak. So now I want to roll a 12. I rolled a 7, so this goes from 13 down to 6. Fate card, we're putting a Super Zeds where? Putting a Super Zeds in the track with the fewest Zeds units, which I believe, so we can choose between the Forest Track, which means I'd have to put it in the farm space, or the Tunnel Track. I'll absolutely put it in the Tunnel Track. So it goes to the Chromo Technics Lab. Uh-oh, it doesn't fit because stacking limit's only 1 on the Tunnel Track. This goes back to there. All right, and that is I forget the name of those Zeds. They're bad. The Oozers. They ooze a lot. They're highly infectious. Every hand-to-hand, they increase infection level by 3, not just 1. Some civilians get organized, play at the beginning of any phase or before any combat to place a civilian's leader marker on a regular civilian unit until it ends up in a cemetery. That unit receives a 1 shift in all hand-to-hand combat. I think I only have 1 civilians left on the board. Do I have any civilians? Yeah, oh, they're right here. That could work. All right, fine, great. Destroy all Zeds. That's how I feel. So we replaced the users. We did the outbreak. We're good. So we have 2 tracks we're activating. This goes here, chaos marker in downtown. This comes here. Please roll defensive perimeter. I do not. Mine triggers, which is such a waste of that sucker. We're doing a gunfire attack of a 4. Remember, I have no terrain shifts. So I'm really gonna hope that this kills him. 11. Yeah, there's a waste of an 11 on that dude. So the mine is out. That dude's dead. This guy activates defensive perimeter roll. Nope. This guy goes there. Now you also have to activate the forest track. This guy comes in. Again, no terrain shift, so I don't even get the +2 for that. So this goes up. Fortunately, it is. And remember, the gunfire attack killed the 1, so I don't have to worry about the infection increase. But we have a ×2 with the Furies. I rolled a 7, so that's 3 damage. This Zed unit's out, and then that would be 1 damage to the Furies, but they are tough. They canceled that hit. Awesome. This unit comes in. The Defiant Villagers are running away. Chaos marker. This goes in. So there's only 1 chaos marker left in the supply. So that's a little scary. But the Furies did their job. And we have this guy we need to knock out. And then obviously the Iron Zeds are a huge concern. And not having the +1 shift on super weapon, losing that was not ideal. So the action phase, we get 4 event actions, and that should help. The train restore order +1 infection, healing your hero after infection. Am I right? No. The way the order that no, the way the order would have happened, I healed, and then the train should have happened after that, before the brains event. So I appreciate that. You had infection level 0 while healing because you forgot to add 1 as a train restoration. Now the train should have healed. I'm pretty sure the order of that was the train would have healed at housekeeping right before the brains event. But if I'm wrong about that, I mean, someone can go back and watch, but I'm pretty sure that was the proper order. But thank you for looking out on that. Man, I'm tired. Wow. All right, I'm going to do a player action to heal Xeno. Infection level goes down. I'm going to do an event action to move the Furies here. That triggers hand-to-hand. It is human ×3 because it's a 6 to a 2. They roll the 7, 3 damage, and they'll restore order there at the end of the round. 3 actions left. I can heal Xeno twice in a turn, so his own agenda. I want to get him back to full health. There's no reason not to. I can't. Well, I would have given a forage action. No, I. You know what? Give me this action back. This action back. I'm gonna that leadership. I could have had. I would have given that action to the Furies, so that makes more sense. So instead of wasting their leadership action. I think I just had to attack the Super Zeds like a million times. Those Iron Zeds are the biggest threat to this game right now. You just don't know how many pieces of damage you have to do on them before they finally go away. On the weaker side, they're a little bit better. So I'm going to spend an event action to go here. I'm going to do an action and a bullet. I'm attacking with a 5 against the Iron Zeds. The 6 would have been way better. I rolled a 6, so 2 damage. Iron Zeds can negate. They don't negate that one. They don't negate that one. Oh, that's a beautiful, beautiful thing. Whew. Okay. I think I just have to keep attacking them. I mean, they could really just ruin your life. But I do feel a little bit better. Let me do an action. This reduces. Let me heal up. Stop. And try to shore up the suburbs a little bit. I'm just restoring order here. Oh, man, I'm in bad shape with this. That's a chaos marker. Probably losing some refugees units. I haven't put a single rumor out yet, which is awful. Shift 2, reroll. Those Iron Zeds aren't that scary, are they? Nah. Let me spend an action and get these dudes down here. I think they'll be more useful. I think that'll just make more sense of what I'm trying to do. But we've definitely withstood a pretty ridiculous onslaught there. So, win or lose, this feels like a moral victory. But, you know, it's a thing. The Furies have been huge. Getting them has really kind of given us a chance. So we still have 4 supplies, 4 ammo. We got strong point, which never gets destroyed. We have the 2 barricades. I don't know. We'll just have to see how this plays out, obviously. So this goes away. Checking the chat. Nope, nothing new. Going second card in chapter 3. Yikes. I'm scared. So remember, chapter 3, we have 5 more cards, and then the National Guard's going to show up. The fact that we never got the Rangers, I mean, even the Raiders can be really helpful to kind of do some crowd control on the outer parts of the track. We never got a new heroic civilian, which is really rough. So the fact that we're like here, oh, by the way, hold for later. I would have played this to put the civilian leader marker on our last living civilians. There we go, there. Did I lose? Oh, I lost the force. Oh, it's so sad. Actually, I think I just killed them off with seeing that was what I did. Because I wanted the super weapon, which we had, and it was glorious, and then it went away. That fake card's so nasty. All right, event card. A hero arrives. Yes. Thank God. All right, what's activating? I don't even know. Oh, I'm worried. All right, so this is activating. Dude, that hero is rough. That's activating. Suburbs Track is activating. Forage Track is activating. Oh, these refugees are so dead. So Raiders, Rangers, Refugees, Rescuers. I'm going to move these refugees and just probably in vain try to save all of them when I probably should just focus on one, but that's fine. That will work. We're going to Roll for infection. My infection level is at a 6. I rolled an 11. Big rolls there. Eat 0. Activating on the highway track. Defensive perimeter roll. I rolled a 4. Doesn't work. So infection level goes up. It's a 5 to a 3, so it's Zed's advantage. However, the strong point makes it human times 2, and then hunker down makes it human times 3. I rolled an 8. 3 damage. He backs up. No damage to Colonel Kingman. And then this guy comes up. So now we have a Zed's mob right there. Oh, defensive perimeter. It works. The 4 doesn't join forces with the 3. Activating the Suburbs Track. This Zed's mob comes in. It is a 5 to a 4 for, I'm going to, maybe I do the auxiliaries. Doesn't matter. So a 5 to a 4 would be, this goes up. I didn't do that yet. Be Zed's advantage, and then the barricade makes it human advantage. Otherwise, Zed's times 2, barricade. All right, I'll deal with the auxiliaries again, and I just basically brought this guy over here as backup. Oh man, but I mean, either way, I'm at risking losing the refugees. So I'm going to go with the auxiliaries. It is Zed's times 2. It becomes equal to the barricade, and then human advantage because of the fire axe trained. Please give me higher than a 5. I rolled a 9. That's a nice roll. So 3 damage. This goes away. This guy moves back. And 1 damage to the auxiliaries. They're still alive. And then the rest of the track activates. The Zed Hemoth can come in. However, the 5er can't fit because of stacking limit. This 1er has survived with 1 damage on it for a long time. And then this dude comes up there. Activating the forest track. The 6 goes to the farm. The 5 goes to St. Thomas. And we go to the action phase. We get 2 event actions. At the beginning of this phase, place a new random available hero in either town center or any start space. I am rolling a d20. I have 17, right? Yeah, 21 minus 4, 17. Advanced math for you all. I have 17 heroes left. I rolled 14. Who is 14? So that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Deputy Schmidt! This is like a level 1 playthrough all of a sudden between Sheriff Hunt and Deputy Schmidt, and I'm not complaining. Where am I going to fit you, Deputy Schmidt? So we'll move these guys over. Deputy Schmidt is going to go... This goes here. I'll put the Furies over here. Remove the chaos at downtown. Oh, shoot. Would that have made a difference in my... No, I rolled an 11 for chaos. Thank you very much. Cool. It's definitely something I forget. So Farmingdale Furies and the auxiliaries I'll put out here. So I have some. So I'll put my heroic civilians together. And then we have the killdozer here. Where am I in trouble? Everywhere, Greg. Where aren't you in trouble? And I could put them in a start space. It just seems like a bad... Put them in the start space of the highway track. But honestly, Kingman's doing a really nice job over there. I think I put him in town center just to have some more flexibility. I mean, this is going to be bad. Bad. All right. Rusty is like, "Hello, deputy. How are you? Thanks you for coming. Not too late." All right. I think the Zed Hemoth is still priority number 1. Could go at it with the Furies. Yeah. Alright, I'm going to do a player action. And the Furies have a move of 4. They're going to 1, 2, 3. Infection level goes up. I'm spending the killdozer because I'm beginning this hand-to-hand combat. So I go from human advantage to human times 3. be big, a 9. So that's 3 damage. How many are canceled? One's canceled, not canceled, not canceled. Oh, that changes everything. This dude moves back. The Furies are there. You see one more hit on that dude, and there's no hit on the Furies. I'm going to use leadership to give the Furies another action. This goes up. We're at 11. It is human advantage. Come on, buddy. I rolled a 9 again. So 1 damage to the Furies will do. Again, they can cancel hits, so can the Iron Zeds. So I just need 1. Oh, Iron Zeds are super dead. That makes me happy. This comes out of the game. And now I can try to cancel the hit on the Furies. I do. Great. And they're going to restore order in the campground, which is even better. Alright, who do I want this guy to start firing at? Rusty's got to get out and start getting busy. Remember, if I moved him to the campground, he wouldn't be able to fire a gunshot anyway, because you can't do anything when there's a chaos marker. The first gunshot being free, though, is definitely something I need to start doing with Rusty. We're going to do... Move 4. I'm going to do a heal action on Zeno with his own ability. Infection level goes down. He's at full strength. I have 2 more actions. I'm going to do a heal action on these refugees. So that gives us -1, but then +1 because they make it to town center. They go into the refugee camp. I'm going to finally get my first rumor. So I'm going to roll this D20. There's 16 tokens up at the top of that. I rolled a 12, so that is number 12. Where am I placing it? All right, so let me make sure I'm doing this right. Draw a fake card. So when a refugee unit enters a refugee camp, it brings rumors of something amazing out there. Draw a fake card to determine the location of this rumor. Yoink. Mountain. So good. This is a really good one too. Play to eliminate any one Zed unit that tries to enter a town space. City Planner Strike Back. Thank you very much. It's a huge card. So on the mountain track, we are going to find on the space with the strongest Zed unit or mob on that track. So it's a 6. If tied, your choice. I will put this sucker right there, and we can get that rumor, and hopefully it will be something really helpful. Great. Happy about that. So again, it could be any one of those 16 rumors, like 4 are blue, 4 are red, and then 8 are green. But getting that mountain card is really, getting that City Planner Strike Back card is really nice too. So getting that refugee in, you know, can be really, really helpful. I still want to get the super weapon back, but losing that was not great. I'm gonna do a Stubbs is going to chill. I mean, I'm thinking about trying to get back that farm space. Deputy Schmidt. It would be a equal to. It could really assert some control over that farm space in a way I like. And then if he's in a farm space, he can use initiative. He gets +1 shift. Hand-to-hand combat, plus he has a reroll. If he comes to the game and goes away right away, it's not like the worst idea. This has been a crazy game, man. I'm not gonna lie. These Zed Hemoths are really bad. Suburbs Track is just awful. Awful, awful. So I'm gonna use the initiative. Let's do it. 1, 2, 3, 4. This goes up. It is Zed's advantage, but because of Eagle Scout, I get +1 on hand-to-hand training. Oh yeah, I didn't read it. So initiative once per action phase. He receives a character action to spend on his unit only. And then he receives a +1 shift in hand-to-hand combat. Each time he receives a hit, he's tough, just like the Furies. And martial arts, just like Sheriff Hunt, he can do 1 reroll. So it's a little risky, but kind of like the idea. Hopefully I roll big. Oh, a 5. No, reroll. Come on, buddy. Oh, a 6. Yikes. So 1 damage, 2 damage. Trying to cancel it. I cancel the first. I cancel the second. He backs up. I have 1 more player action. I think we go again. I gotta roll better than that, right? I go in. This goes up to 12. We're definitely gonna have an unchecked outbreak in the no. That's stupid. No. I don't want an unchecked outbreak in housekeeping. This is really bad. So I'll stay here, and then at least I'm defending those refugees. Defending their honor. So I have this 1 last action. If I can move Kingman. I need to get Kingman more involved here. For sure. I could try to get the auxiliaries to safety. And auxiliary, I need someone that gives me like healing and like a field action. Ah. I'll do some foraging with Rusty. He rolls a 5. I'm in town center. I get a supply, and then survivalist. I get another supply. That will work. All right, these flip. Remove the cat. Yep, James McGowan said that. How's the game going? I will watch this properly at my leisure, but thought I might catch the ending live. The long list of characters looks positive. Oh yeah, what's up, George? George, you missed a very intense turn. Things were great, and then they weren't, and then we somehow like managed to stake some level of control over it. So that's fine. We go to housekeeping. I'm going to finally remember to do the chaos marker on my own. This goes up to 12. So that I think that was smart, not triggering that, and then hopefully we'll just get a regular outbreak, and I'll roll big because I just don't really want to deal with another Super Zeds right now. That event is done. Next event, again, Chapter 3. We still have 3 special events in Chapter 3. We haven't seen any yet. I'm scared! Ah! Yikes. Oh no, I'm going to have an unchecked outbreak anyway. Oh, what a what a gross turn of events that is. Wow, the Zed Hemus might end this game. Yeah. Wow. Oh yeah, we're in trouble. Well, I do have the City Thunder Strike back, so like that could work. That could definitely work to eliminate the Zed Hemus. Okay, we'll see. So, brains. This goes up. Unchecked outbreak. I rolled a big 3. Oh, what a garbage roll that is. So we get a Super Zeds where I gotta get a Fate draw. So Super Zeds in the suburbs. That's fine because suburbs are already loaded up. So this dude comes here. It is a leaper, so it destroys barricades as it enters, which is not going to be a big deal because those barricades are probably going to be gone anyway. So the bridge collapses. Place the bridge collapse marker on Farmingdale suspension bridge space. And player units, raiders, and unzeds in a versus game cannot enter that space. You may spend 1 action to flip that marker over to its ferry side, allowing units to enter that space, but they must cease their movement for that move action. If they do, they must conduct another move action to leave this space normally. So this guy, I can move normally if I'm there, but I can't actually enter it on my own. I would still like retreat into it, but I can't enter it. Oh wait, I think I still retreat into it. So because I'm about to get messed up there for sure. So let me just see if I can get this on the. Well, this is a dossier. I think I'm still forced to retreat into it normally. Well, it says I cannot enter. I wonder, do I skip over it? Bridge. No. I don't know. This is so silly, dude. There are definitely some things that I wish were a little more well defined. It might be, maybe it's in the dossier. Are you in the dossier? Bridge. Here we go. The bridge collapse side of this marker prevents entry by all player units. If a player unit is on this space when it collapses, it remains there. Player units get eliminated on the other side of the collapse bridge, still get saving rolls. A player unit forced to retreat to the space will continue to retreat to the next available space. Oh, that's actually not terrible. Because it would actually mean they're only going to come to me once, and I'm basically retreating to suburbia. I'm just like basically swimming across the river. That actually works better for me. All right, cool. Glad I looked it up. So all tracks activate, moving once. We're going to start in this mess of a track. So attacking, it is a Zeds times 3. It becomes an equal to because the terrain shifted a barricade. Oh no, barricade needs some construction. Where's Bauer's crew? And then the fire axe trained is next. So equal to, rolling 2 dice. Oh, this goes up. We're definitely having an unchecked outbreak again in like 5 seconds. I want a 7 or higher. Ooh, an 11. Oh, that's nice. So 3 damage to the Zed Hemoths. They're going to flip and back up. And the auxiliaries are in trouble. I'm going to roll a die. They are saved. This goes up again. And they go to the hospital. And really saving grace all this. My saving rolls have been so good. All right, these guys activate, they can't move because of stacking limit. These guys activate, they can't move because of stacking limit. So we've basically clogged up the Suburbs Track in a way that's been very advantageous for us. The Forage Track comes in. This goes up. We're going to finish up the entire combat, and then we'll deal with the unchecked outbreak. Hopefully I'll remember this time. It is Zed's advantage because equal to because I'm an Eagle Scout. Don't forget it. So another big Eagle Scout equal to roll will be nice. A 9 will do. So 2 damage to the Zed unit. They're going to flip and back up. 1 damage to Deputy Schmidt. He's tough. He's tough. That's right. Good shape there. This moves up. And now this guy comes in. Oh, unchecked outbreak. So we have to roll 2 dice. Make it big, please. Not like, oh, I rolled another 3. Oh, so bad. All right, fate draw. Super Zed's going in the high. Oh, no, we get the fervent. Like, it's so bad. Super Zed's going the highway. We're going to run out of Super Zeds, kids. This goes here. It is the brains guy. Oh, well, that's not good. So, I'm going to try to do a defensive perimeter roll. I rolled a 6. That's wonderful. So back him up. Place the infected vermin standee on the start space of the track where there are the most Zed units. We have 3 here, 2 here, 2 here, 5 here. Goes in the suburbs. The good thing is we've already activated that. Now, until this unit is removed, +1 infection at the beginning of every infection phase while the infected vermin is in play but not on a start space. I'm going to put this other vermin kind of thing, the other disease spreader, over there so I remember to do that every round. All right, but we've already done the Suburbs Track, so it does not activate again. There was a minor rule mistake in my last playthrough where I had a unit enter when I had already moved past. I think I had a unit enter like 3rd Street and I was already at 5th Street. And I was like, oh, so it doesn't activate. But if you're still activating that track, it would still activate. Alan Emmerich actually took the time to write a comment to me on Board Game Geek, so I appreciated that. But since we've already done this track, we don't have to worry about activating the vermin this round. Now, back to our regularly scheduled program. This comes in, this goes up. It is another equal to, and then I get a defensive terrain shift. So I'm at human advantage. Come on, buddy. This is like I'm telling you what, if I'm going to roll good now, it's fine. 2 damage to the Zed unit, and they don't win. 2 damage to the Furies. Can I cancel it? I cancel 1. I cancel the other. Oh my gosh, clean living. This goes up. This guy is going to try to enter the space with Kingman. Defensive perimeter roll. Nope, doesn't work. This goes up. We are at equal to human times 3 because of the strong point, +1 because of hunger down, so we're maxed out there. I rolled a 5, not the greatest roll, so 3 damage. This unit's out. 1 damage to Kingman, so he's going to flip. These guys activate. Defensive perimeter doesn't trigger. They're in Innsbruck. Tunnel track, catacombs roll for this dude. A 1, he moves normally. Dr. Montus's office gets a chaos marker. This guy moves here, and then the Oozer moves there. Brains card is carried out. Woo! Next, what do we get? Bam! The mysterious Dr. Martus. Raiders, Rangers, Refugees, Rescuers. I have none of it. And the 4R is a 0, so I can't even move any of those guys. Infection level. I don't roll, which is ridiculous. I'm about to have another unchecked outbreak anyway. Oh, so bad, dude. No! I'm going to lose my City Planners card. Oh, that's so bad. Oh, that's really bad. Okay, eat 0. Activating 3 tracks. Activating the tunnel track first. It goes into the catacombs. Into the catacombs. Oozers go there. Oh, wait. Sorry. We have to do, at the beginning of this phase, you must discard 1 random hold for later card. I only have 1. Oh, it's so garbage. Increase your infection by a die roll. Well, guess what, guys? I rolled a 6, so we only were 1 away from having another outbreak. So we're going to have another unchecked outbreak. I rolled 2 dice. I rolled a 3 again. That's the 3rd time, dude. Oh, it's so awful. I get a Super Zeds where? Super Zeds in the suburbs! Well, if they're going to keep going to the suburbs, this is like my only saving grace. The Suburbs Track is awful. And we get another hold for later card. So this is the Word Zeds. The Word Zeds activate twice, but it's not like they move twice. It's they activate once, they activate once. So every activation just doubles for them, but Brains events, they still only activate once. So they're a little tricky rules-wise. Adrenaline supply is rediscovered, or discovered, not rediscovered. Play during the action phase for +2 event actions. Great. Now, there's still more, but wait, there's more. Place a new Zed unit on the start space of every track. Apply the stack limit if necessary. This goes here. And notice, even though the vermin were in play, I did not get +1 to my infection because they were still in the start space. That is about to change. The vermin are super annoying. They cannot be defeated unless all other Zeds units in the space are gone. I think we're literally going to see every single one of these Super Zeds before this game is over. Alright, now we can activate. Activating the diamond track, or the tunnel track, oozers up. We're activating the highway track. Oh, brain. This Kingman is... I think we're going to have another unchecked outbreak right now, actually. Yikes. Alright, so this Zeds mob comes in. Rolling. I rolled a 2. This goes up. It is Zeds times 3 becomes equal to, becomes human advantage because of hunker down. Big roll here. I rolled a 12. Oh, don't mind if I do. 4 damage. So Brains Super Zeds is flipped. We get 1 damage on him. And then this guy moves up. And now the Suburbs Track. I mean, the Suburbs Track is just all sorts of special right now. Okay, Suburbs Track, this comes in. We're going to... Infection level goes to 12 because I keep freaking rolling 3s. It is a 7 to a 4, so it's Zed's advantage. The barricade makes it a human advantage. Oh, man. Okay, I rolled a 3. Wow. I'm going to do... Let me just kill this oneer to just make life easier. Kill the oneer, 3 damage to the security forces. He has to retreat all the way to there because the bridge has collapsed. He has 1 damage on him. This guy's out. The Zed Hemoths go here. They're going to devour the refugees. Saving roll for that. Nope, doesn't work. Since they're so they're in the cemetery. Since they were devoured, this triggers an unchecked outbreak. So I'm going to roll. Can I please not roll a 3 for once? I rolled an 11. That's more like it. Goes down to 2. We get a fate draw, putting a Super Zeds where? Putting a Super Zeds in the place with the least chaos. Least chaos is... I have 2 chaos in the forest track, 2 in the mountain track, 1 in the highway track, 1 in the tunnel track. So tunnel track... Oh, but I have to put in the Doctor Matusa's... No, I have 2 in the tunnel track. So I have to put this in the highway track. It goes there. Stacking limit means it goes back. It is a Doom Zed, so if it ever, no matter what, the other unit always retreats against the Doom Zeds. If they were up against the VFWs, then you would actually, whoever won the combat would be the one to retreat. All right, the plot twist. Let me finish activating this track before I forget. So this goes up, this goes up, this goes up. So now the vermin is in play for future turns. Torrential downpour, no further movement is allowed on the mountain track for the rest of this turn. Immediately roll a die for each Zeds unit on the mountain track, but not in start space. So I'm going to roll a die for the Zed unit on trail 3. He rolled a 5, no effect to him. Rolling a die for the Zed unit on trail 5. Rolled a 4, no effect for him. Oh, I rolled a 5. I'm sorry. So a 5 for this guy. He's actually swept away from town center. No effect for him, 3 and 4. And then I don't roll for the Zed unit on the start space, but there's no movement allowed for the rest of the turn. So even if you had gotten that and then you were supposed to actually activate the mountain track, you just wouldn't activate it because there's just a torrential downpour and it just messes with things. So everything's been activated. We get 4 event actions. Woo! The much better roll to roll 3 for the infection roll and not in combat. Yeah. I appreciate George. George finding the silver lining is always good. Katie, I think you were playing on Tabletop Simulator. You'd have clicked flip already. I mean, it's crazy though, right? Like these aren't especially amazing characters. I haven't had like a whole lot of stuff go well, but you just kind of find a way. Like this is like a ridiculous, ridiculous playthrough. This stinks that I can't, because ideally I go up there and I get that rumor because I just need a boost of something, right? Oh man, man, I think I need a super weapon back. Whoo! I have to start getting some chaos markers off the board. Oh, that's a prime spot for chaos marker. I mean, Kingman I'm just gonna hold out as long as I can. I don't think he has much of a chance. I don't think it makes sense to get the FJD auxiliaries back. They're just not all that helpful with all the other problems I have right now. So, what am I going to do? I'm going to spend a player action to move Xeno here. I'm going to spend his own agenda to release this unit to the cemetery. Sorry, auxiliaries. And we get a late research card. Whoo! Hold for later. Play at any time to flip the result of any one die so that you are applying the bottom number instead of those on the top. Wow. A 1 and a 2 become a 5 and a 6. A 1 becomes a 6. A 2 becomes a 5. This is still the research card. I have never seen that card. That is actually really cool. I accept. I still want a super weapon, but I'll take that as a consolation prize. Yeah. I'm going to spend this action to flip the ferry. I'm going to spend this action to move Rusty here. I'm going to spend this action. He gets a free gunfire attack. He's attacking with a 4. Or it's a still costs an action, but it doesn't cost any ammo. 4. I rolled a 6. My gunfire attacks have been far from impressive. So that's 1 damage on the Zedhemoth. And then I'm spending an action and ammo to attack at a 4 again. Please give me a 7 or higher. I rolled a 4. Oh my gosh, my gunfire has been so bad. Alright, I'm doing an initiative and an ammo to do an attack with Deputy Schmidt, attacking at a 4. I rolled a 7. That's more like it, so 2 damage over here. Definitely running out of ammo. We'll see if I can do something about that. Leadership. There's no units near me for me to do anything with. I'll try to fix that in the future. Down. I just had to fix the ferry because I can start taking advantage of Rusty's ability to just give pot shots. And Zedhemoth's only a 6 now, so Rusty's not a bad place. I'm probably going to lose that barricade, which I was trying to prevent, but I don't think there's any way to prevent that at this point. So this goes away. Torrential downpour is over. Did I flip that? Was that a 1? I think that was a 1. I think I flipped it. Just the way it was sitting. No, they attacked them. That had to be a 2, because the Furies, yeah, the Furies only took 1. I remember they canceled 1, which was great. That was only a 1. Someone can let me know in the chat. Woo, are we close? Where's the National Guard? I need the National Guard. All right. Ooh, nice. Raiders, Rangers. So we're activating that track twice, which isn't terrible, and we're activating the Diamond track twice, which could be terrible, but we'll see. Raiders, Rangers, Refugees, Rescuers. 4R is a 2, so I'm going to move. I mean, it's risky to keep pulling these friggin' fake cards, but 2 more actions is nice. Ooh. Oh, no. That's bad. I'm losing this barricade. For our I'll move this guy here, and I'll move this refugee unit there. Just to kind of get them further away. I'm rolling. I need to roll higher than a 2. I did. Eating, I need to roll higher than a 1 because I have the 1 unit in the refugee camp. I did. Zed unit. During this phase, defending units receive no terrain shifts. That includes a strong point. That includes all shifts there, but it doesn't include things like the civilian leader shift. That's not a terrain shift. Zeds immediately destroy any barricade in this space they enter before resolving any hand-to-hand combat in that location. All right, activating the mountain track first. So activating it the first time. Activating it the second time. Right. This comes in. I don't get a terrain shift. Infection level goes up. I'm rolling at an equal to. And I rolled a 9. I will take it. That's 2 damage. This one flips, has 1 damage left on it. And then 1 damage to the Furies. They don't cancel it, so they finally take their first bit of damage. That was the second activation for them because they had been moved to Strike Mine. Second activation, second activation. So that's the final game state for them at this point. You seem to have some truly bad luck with dice. I don't play too many bones, but watch your playthrough with 3 starts. Maybe try Dice Tower. The Gowan was a 2. Thank you, James, for confirming that. So they are definitely flipped with 1. Diamond Track activates twice. Catacomb Space, it does move normally. I mean, one time I'm going to slow these suckers down. Catacomb Space, he moves normally. That time is not today. They activate again. Comes in, it immediately destroys the barricade because of the event, which is super gross. This goes up. It is a Zed's advantage becomes an equal to because of the civilian leader action. Oh, come on, buddy. I rolled a 9 again, so that's another good roll. So 2 damage. They move back. 1 damage to our civilian leaders. Activate Oozers. They move normally. All right. It's been so weird. I get 2 event actions. And, oh, the Oozers should have made the infection level go up 1. The vermin, because they were not on the start space anymore. So we're at 5. That's correct. So it was at 2, yeah. So I definitely rolled more than a 3. So that wouldn't have mattered. All right, 2 event actions. Pretty sure I rolled on a 3. Do I want extra actions? Yeah. I'm going to do initiative, ammo, attacking with a 4. Please roll higher than a 5. I rolled an 8. Awesome. 2 damage. So this one's defeated. 1 damage on this guy. Need to get some chaos markers back. None of this is great. None of this is great. Rusty's going to use a player action to attack the Zed with a 4. Please give me 2 damage. I rolled a 10. Thank you. Ask and you shall receive. The Zed are dead. They're out of the game. Again, that did not cost me an ammo, which is good because I only have 1 ammo left. That barricade's still around, so I should probably... Oh, the leapers are going to kill it anyway, so there's no point to even try to save that. I'll just keep Rusty over there in the bridge. I can get in there with the sheriff. Hit that. It's equal to... I get to re-roll something. I'm going to use this action to move the sheriff. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's set attack. Yeah, this one I'm running. I'm like pretty much out of ammo, so trying to do an ammo strategy right now is not a good idea. This is going to go up. And we're doing a equal to combat. We have a reroll. Try to send these guys back to the catacombs. I rolled a 7. So 2 damage. He backs up. He has 1 damage left. 1 damage on this side. And I'm going to try to cancel the first. I cancel the second. Clean living. So that chaos marker is going to come back. Awesome. I have 1 action left here. I have his own agenda here. I'm going to use leadership to send these guys up into town center. And then his own agenda, we'll just move him back. Makes sense for you. He uses supplies for ammo. That could work. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we'll do an action and a supply to do a gunfire attack, because again, he has a prototype gun. Attacking at a 4, 2 damage would be great. Oh, a 10 is awesome, so 3 damage. This dude flips and gets 1 damage left. Alright, that was a good turn. Everything looks fairly good right now. So, flipping these all over, we are going to the next event. How many cards are left? So 3, 4, 5, 6, 79. So we're close to the National Guard. The National Guard is going to be not this card, but the next card. Still don't know what that rumor is. I just haven't been able to get there. So event, is it a special event? It is. Raiders, Rangers, Refugees, Rescuers. They're activating every track. This Brains event is fairly gross. And we're adding a bunch of new Zeds. Awesome. Oh, this should have healed. This goes up. Any other chaos restored? No. Great. I will move these refugees in. Now I'll move these refugees. Oh, wait, I have 4R? Great. I'm going to go inbound. This flips back to outbound. And we get these refugees in. Infection level goes up. When I get the refugees in, fate draw, don't be awful. Oh, great. Where? Mountain. We're placing another rumor on the mountain. and it's going to go there. Oh, there's already a thing there, so I think we just ignore it. If there are no Zed units there, or if that space already has an unrevealed rumor chit, do not place it because the local because the local officials give that rumor no credence. Play during the action phase to place a new regular or heroic unit of your choice in town center. Oh, hello. Hello, checkmates. I think that's fantastic. All right. So we don't get the rumor because, again, it would have gone to the same place. So that's a little bit unfortunate, but at least we got another refugee home. So again, I used. Oh, I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that because it would cost me two. It would cost me two actions to get that dude on the thing. I'm sorry. Act like it didn't happen. The next event card is not terrible. Oh wow. So this actually goes down. Sorry, it costs two actions. I would need a 4R2 to be able to do that. So just let me just move. Um, well, I moved this guy in. Great, because I would want to do that anyway. So I got one in. We did that. This goes up. Great. So I used the 4R on that one instead of that one because I need 4R2 to be able to do that because it's one to get the guy on the train and then one to move the train. Infection phase. This goes up by one because of the vermin. Eat phase. I roll. I need higher than a 2. I rolled a 4. Zeds. At the beginning of this phase, place a new Zed unit on every village space that is Zeds controlled. So we place a new Zed unit on Beauville. Stacking limit goes to East Irek. We place a new Zed unit on East Irek. We place a new Zed unit on St. Thomas. We place a new Zed unit on Left East Pass. And we place a new Zed unit on Innsbruck. It's stacking limit. It goes back to the highway track start space. Remove all hit markers from all Zed units, so we lose that, that, and that. That's not terrible. Yeah, just those 4, and they were all on 1. And now we activate all tracks. These activate the leapers, immediately destroy the barricade I built there. Where Zeds activate once, they would activate again. Again, they can't because of stacking limit, so they stay there. Activate. The suburbs have been overrun, kids. The other thing about the vermin do not count against stacking limit. I'll just put them down that way. They're really gross. All right, we're activating up in the forest track. Comes in, goes up. It's a 3 to a 4, so it's human advantage. Human times 2 because I am an Eagle Scout. I rolled a 5. How do I feel about a 5? I mean, I can't do worse than a 5 right now. I'm going to reroll. I'm going to risk it. Reroll martial arts. 6. Same result. All right, 2 damage. 1 damage. Am I tough? I'm not tough. 1 damage. Flips, but we still won. Should try to heal him up. This guy comes in, and this guy goes up. That was the first time I activated that track in a while, for sure. Yeah, because Matus put out some more stuff, and then, yeah, I've been activating the diamond track a lot. This mob comes in. This goes up. It's Zed's advantage because it's a 9 to a 6. It becomes equal to because of the terrain shift. Come on, Furies! 9. Nice. Big roll. So 2 damage to this dude. 1 damage to the Furies. Can they cancel it? Oh, no. My canceling abilities are failing me. They flip, but we still won. These guys activate. All right. Please, defensive perimeter. No! Shoot. All right, this goes up. We're at 12. It is Zeds times 3 becomes human advantage because hunker down, and then the strong point. I think this would be a good time to use a we can't reproduce this because I cannot afford to have this brain Zed marching down the rest of the highway track. So rolling, I rolled a 5. It's bad. A 5 still wins. That's fine. I think it's time to say goodbye to Kingman. 5 still wins. They back up 2 damage. I'll put it on the brain Zed. The rest of these guys can't activate. 2 damage to Kingman is going to kill him. Saving roll. He is out of the game. Sorry, Colonel. Thanks for your sacrifices for the good of Farmingdale. And the rest of these guys can't activate. And now we go to the tunnel track. So the 5er is trying to leave the catacombs. He's stuck. The 3 is trying to leave the catacombs. Oh, I rolled a 6. So they're lost. I rolled a 1. They go there. So many places I wanted that thing to go that wasn't there. The Oozers move into the catacombs. This 5 is now in Red Lab 5. Therefore, they're stuck. All right, so they're starting to get stuck a little bit, which is good. I've activated all tracks. We have 1 event action. That's fine. It's only a 3 there. I mean, we'll just have to make it work. And I could get 2 more actions with the adrenaline supply. We'll see if there's anything that I really feel like I need to do. Alright, we're going to spend this action, and we're doing a gunfire attack of a 4 with Rusty. Rusty! This track is all of a sudden looking really bad. Yeah. Ugh. The Furies can lose some. They could use some help for sure. So, gunfire attack of a 4 doesn't take any ammo. I rolled a 6. That's 1 damage. Not the roll of dreams for sure. That will go there. We're going to use initiative on Deputy Schmidt. He's going 1, 2, 3, 4. He's going to go chill in the hospital to try to get back to full strength. I have 1 more action. Zeno is going to do a gunfire attack with the supply with his own agenda. Gunfire attack of a 4 with his prototype gun. He rolls a 7, 2 damage. So we killed this dude, put 1 damage on this dude. And I have the 1 event action left. Where is... Hunt is just kind of stuck. I have, what, 2 chaos tokens. Zeds times 3 now, which is bad. Really bad. That's not great either. Just not being able to get any rumors has been really frustrating. Look at this Suburbs Track. It's beautiful. I think I retreat. I mean, that's the only track that would be a lot of concerns for Brains event, right? That's really bad. I think if I pull back Stop, I think that's the best way to go. So we're going to wait. The Leapers ignore. I don't remember if they ignore all terrain shifts. They might ignore all. I know they destroy the barricades. I just want to make sure there's not something else they do too. Super Zeds, the Leapers. When they move to a space, they immediately destroy a barricade. Yeah, they receive no terrain shift regardless of the location. Yeah, I gotta get Style back. Yeah, he did his job, but we need to keep that track a little bit safer. But yeah, the lack of any terrain shift is not great. Still have 1 bullet though, so there is that. Oh, play during the action phase to place any new. Yes. Yes, please. The one thing about killing off the auxiliaries to get the next card, I mean, again, they did have that ability to fire hose, but it's just so action intensive. I think I'll take the checkmates. Oh, the VFW local. Oh, yeah. Yeah, never mind. I'm taking the VFW local. The auxiliaries are out. VFW local is in. So again, I'm playing Community Organizer. Play during the action phase to place a new available regular or heroic civilian unit of your choice in town center. Now, what does the VFW local do? Well, the unit's first gunfire attack each turn costs 0 ammo. It still costs an action, but the unit ignores retreats, forcing Zeds to retreat instead. That could be huge. Hello in town center. the VFW local. Great. We go to the housekeeping phase. Am I restoring order anywhere? No, that goes away. Event card. I think this is the moment we've been waiting for. The National Guard's in town, kids. Yay! All right, National Guard, where are you? I had to make a fate draw. What are we going to get? Don't be bad. Yikes. So the land with the most Zeds units. National Guard goes on the Suburbs Track. I'm pretty sure that wins. Wait, 4, 4. Yeah, 8 will do. And now we have to play this card. Designate each unit in a refugee camp. And I have to roll a die for each. So I'm rolling a die for the 1. I rolled a 1. Remove that refugee unit from play. Place it in the box. Or just the cemetery, whatever. And then this one. So glad I did not go with the checkmates because they would have been weakened a bit and no effect for that one. Oh, man, a 5 or a 6 would have been helpful, but wasn't meant to be, kids. So National Guard card is done. Nothing else happens on that card. So we have 3 Chapter 3 cards left, 5 Chapter 4 cards, and then the final card. What do we get? Event card, Mine Explosion. Ooh. Nice. Raiders, Rangers, Refugees, Rescuers is still only 4R1, so I cannot move these guys. We're activating the mountain track, the highway track, and the suburbs track. All of it's terrible. So no Raiders, no Rangers. Refugees 1. I will move the... I'm just going to wait for a 4R2, I think, and hopefully that will work. I'll move these refugees here. All right. Infection phase. This does go up 1. Oh, it's an unchecked outbreak. Oh, so stupid. Vermin. And the rescuers would have moved here. The vermin are the worst. So we have another unchecked outbreak. So I get a fate card draw. I'm rolling this. I'm getting a super Zed somewhere. I rolled an 8. So 13 goes down to 5. And I'm putting a super Zeds in the suburbs. Because honestly, there's not enough units there. I keep pulling suburbs. That's been the saving grace. We get the reanimators. And every time they activate, they heal 1. I think is their whole shtick. Where are you? Every time they're activated, reanimators remove 1 hit of damage from themselves before moving. When they are on the reduced side, this heal may flip them over. On a Brains event, they only activate it once, and they keep moving if they win. This is not counted as a separate activation. So, we have necessity as another invention. Play during the action phase to convert 2 supplies into 1 ammo. You can do as many as you want. That's an awful card for us. It doesn't really help us. Using these, these are basically as good as bullets because it's Xeno. And remember, the vermin doesn't count against stacking limits, so we have 3 units here, but that's only because the vermin don't count. So at the beginning of this phase, please check the mind space. Any units there suffer 1 hit and immediately retreat. Both of these units there get 1 hit. No unit can enter the mind space for the rest of this turn. No entry. And if forced to retreat to the space, unit must instead retreat to the next available space. Fantastic. Don't forget your hold for later. Yeah, were you going to summon those chess guys? I was. And then I decided the VFW, like ignoring retreats, could be huge late game. So that was what I wanted to do. And I only had the 1 refugee unit there anyway. So there can't be any more Zeds left. Super Zeds? There's 1. I have killed 2. This is ridiculous. I've killed 2. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. No, wait, there's gotta be 5 on the board, right? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 4, 5, 6 on the board, and there's 1 left. It's so bad. I should know which one it is, too. Which one are you? Yeah. Oh, the Ravagers. We have not seen the Ravagers yet. Great. The Ravagers, they start on 1, but then once you hurt them, then they become super awful. Ugh, this is ridiculous. Mountain Track is activating. Yes? Yes. Mountain Track goes in. This goes up. It is Zeds times 3. It becomes Zeds times 2. Come on! Ooh, I might just... We'll see what I roll. If I roll like a 2, it'd be actually great. I'll make it a 12. 12! I'm a 10! That's great! Alright, 2 damage. This one flips. And I'll give it 1 damage. 2 damage to the Furies. I rolled a 5, canceled 1, and I rolled a 5, canceled both. Furies holding strong. These guys activate, but they can't enter the mind space, so they're just stuck. we go to the Suburbs Track. Lots of activation. So these guys go up. The bridge space gets a chaos marker, which is super bad. These guys go up. These guys go up. These guys go up. Good thing about the National Guard there is they'll be able to heal one every turn for a while. As far as restoring order, but they're not going to do much else for me. So, you know, 2 actions. Yikes. So his own agenda, supply, gunfire attack of a 4, 6, 1 hit. Oh, so bad. Action, supply, gunfire attack of a 4. I rolled a 10, that's better. 3 damage. It's a 4 on the other side. Yikes. Totally equal to. I think I just need to kill that thing. I should have used this. Let me use this player action instead. It's the same. Initiative. This goes down. I'm healing the deputy up to full health. And then I'm going to use an action to move the deputy into the farm space. Oh, it is, this goes up. It's going to be equal to, becomes human advantage because I am an Eagle Scout. 8, 3 damage, finally kills this guy. So I could have saved a action and a supply there. Had I thought about that first. 1 damage to Deputy Schmidt. Is he tough? He is not, so he's back to injured. But at least we'll restore some order there. I have leadership, Sheriff Hunt. That's fine. We'll just kind of let that play out. I need to definitely do some scavenging. We're going to do an attack with Rusty. He's doing a gunfire attack of a 4 against these clowns. It doesn't cost any ammo. He rolls a 6. I'm just not quite getting the results I need here. 6 is 1 damage. Put that on the leapers. I think I play like a brains event here is just awful. Really bad. Oh, the word Zeds right there too. Oh, it's really bad. I'm gonna get 2 more event actions with adrenaline supply rediscovered. I'm gonna spend an action and an ammo. I'm doing a gunfire attack of a 4. It's my last ammo. 8, 2 damage. So the leapers flip. They're only at 2 now. 1 damage here. Have no more ammo. The words are right there. Oh, it's so, all of it's bad. At least a 7 to a 4 is like doable. One last action. 7 to a 4 without terrain shift is still only Zed's advantage. And remember, I still have the we can't reproduce this, which is really strong. We get 1 chaos marker back. National Guards don't start getting chaos markers. That's only at ×2. Yeah, Brains event right now is really bad. Really bad. We're going to move the National Guard along. So the National Guard, I could just spend an action to move them. And I think that will just help really get me in a better spot and even give me a chance to kill these vermin. Where is the National Guard card? Where are you? There we go. Yeah, I'm going to spend one action there. And I think that's the best thing I can do with one action. End of the round, I restore order here. I restore order here. This goes up to an 8. One for each. Flip, flip, flip. Out. No entry card comes, no entry token comes away. What happens when you run out of super Zed? Do you reshuffle? I don't think so. They're out of the game. I just think that I don't know. I think that's a good question. I've never done it, so we'll see. It's crazy, right? Um, man, 2 supplies left is rough. Now, there's some strong events. I just haven't seen a lot of great ones. All right. Raiders, Rangers, Refugees, Rescuers. So I have a 4R2, so I will go ahead and bring this refugee unit back here. This now flips. And this goes up. And I take a fake card, be good. That's great. I'm putting a thing in the tunnel. It has to be, I think. So rumors and rails. So place a randomly drawn face down rumored shit on the space with the strongest Zed unit or the mob on that track. So it's going to be in the tunnel track. I'm rolling this. There's 15 left, so 15, 14, 13. And the strongest mob's actually in the catacombs. It's going to be really hard to get. The crazy thing, dude, if I go in here with Sheriff Hunt, you actually fight the Zed units one by one in the tunnel track when you're in a catacomb space, which is super interesting. So that might not actually be the worst idea. So we'll see how that plays out. But the tunnel track's actually activating twice. So, but we do have this Farmingdale Memorial Cannon, which can be very strong. Play during the action phase to conduct 1 free 5 strength gunfire attack versus any 0 or 1 space. This attack consumes no ammo and does not get any super weapon benefits. Although again, I lost that super weapon benefit. That made a huge difference losing that benefit. 1 through a 5, so then you roll a die. If I roll a 6, I get to actually keep this to do it again. Obviously can't count on that, but it's nice to have. Alright, infection phase. This goes up again because of the vermin. I'm rolling 2 dice, probably having an outbreak. I rolled a 3. Fake card. I'm putting a regular Zed unit somewhere. I'm putting a regular Zed unit in the tunnel. It's going to go in the place closest to the town center with a chaos marker, so it goes into Dr. Matusa's office, and then play during the Zed's phase to cancel all Zed's activations on any one track. Oh, how wonderful are you? Oh, that's really strong. Oh, that's really strong. I'm going to hold on to it as long as I can, but that might not be that long. It might not be that long. Eat. I have to roll. I need to roll higher than a 2. I rolled a 1. Supply. Bye-bye. And now we activate the Zeds twice. So the... Ooh. Oh, and the Rescuers. My bad. I had an outbreak anyway. It wouldn't have caused an unchecked outbreak. So Rescuers, he would have moved in here, and it would have been so that would have went up to 8, which is what I just did. I rolled a because I was at 10 and went down to 7, so it would have been at 11. I would have gone down to 8, which is the same thing. I'm doing an equal to battle with the National Guard. It's actually not equal to. It's actually it's a Zed's advantage. Yikes! Zed's advantage because the stupid vermin is a +2. So I have to fight all these guys. Is that even? Yeah, because but then if I move them back there, then I lose chaos. Oh, it's so bad. I've got to try it. I got to start moving this National Guard through. And if I could just do anything to kind of hurt the Zeds or whatever. National Guard might not be long for this game, but we'll find out. So it's Zed's advantage. Remember, I can't apply any damage to the vermin until I have killed everyone else there. The reanimators are going to make that super hard. So I rolled an 8. 2 damage to the National Guard. And I will apply that 2 damage not to the reanimators because that doesn't make any sense. I'll apply 2 damage to this clown. But now this becomes Zed's controlled again. We're now activating the... I'm tempted to cancel both the activations on the diamond track. I just don't think that makes much sense. So activating, this goes up. It is equal to becomes human times 2 because of the terrain shift in the town center basement. 7. 3 damage. They're defeated. That's helpful. 1 damage to the security forces. Now we're activating on Red Labs 3. The Super Zeds, they're both the same strength. I'll do the Super Zeds first. Rolling. They move normally. Of course they do. This goes up 3 because they're oozers. It's now equal to becomes human advantage because of the terrain shift. I rolled a 9. Don't mind if I do. 3 damage. They flip and go back. 1 damage to me. Am I tough? I am. This guy activates. He moves normally. Of course he does. Unchecked outbreak. We do this first though. It's equal to human advantage. I rolled a 4. That is not going to work. I'm going to play this. I'm going to flip the 4 into a 10. I think that's as good a time as any to use that. So again, that was the we can't reproduce this. That was from the research deck. The 10 with human advantage means 3 damage to this guy, and he just goes back. This guy activates into here. This guy activates into here. We're activating the tunnel track again. Oh, unchecked outbreak. 4. Awesome. 9. Fate draw. Last Super Zeds is going in the tunnel. So he would have gone there. He would have activated the first time. So he's actually due to reactivate. Make another fate draw to determine where this event occurs. So I have to do a fate draw. Oh, they're both awful. So in the suburb, oh, this is really bad. Make another fate draw to determine where this event occurs. Then roll a number for each chaos space on the fated track. 1, 2, or 3, place a new Zed unit there. 4, 5, or 6, no effect. Then place a new Zed unit on the start space of every track. Wow! That's awful. And this card's also awful. So, chaos space is here. Oh man, there's going to be, the stacking limit's going to be out of control. So, I rolled a 3, so we do place a new unit, whatever. A new unit there. It comes back. It's going to start a combat. This is ridiculous. This goes up. It's an 8er. We're doing a combat with the National Guard. It's human advantage. I rolled a 10. That's nice. 3 damage. This guy backs up. He goes back to 6th Street. All right, so that was that spot. This spot, chaos marker is there. We place a new Zeds unit. Guess what? This is empty. This is going to go back here. Another combat with the National Guard. It's human times 2. Oh, the terrain shift. It was actually... So I rolled a 10 last night. It still would have been 3 damage to him. Terrain shift makes this human times 3. Because I'm still defending. I'm going to have another breakout though. I rolled a 7. That's 3 damage. They're here. Chaos marker here. No effect. Chaos marker here. No effect. So that's done. Oh, now we place a new Zed unit on the start space of every track. Apply the stacking limit if necessary. That would have been on the tunnel track as well. So there would be one that's just going to advance. So we get a 6 there, a 3 there, a 6 there. I mean, talk about Farmingdale's overrun with zombies. Farmingdale is freaking overrun with zombies, guys. That goes up there. Awesome. That's out. Now, what's the plot twist from this card? Place the leader marker on the strongest, closest to town center if tied, regular Zeds unit. So the leader marker is over here. The leader marker, it was just kind of a misprint. It said +1 when attacking. That's not right. That's the smart. This is +1 in all combat, and the strongest regular Zeds unit. We have a 9er here. That is the winner. So in all combat, that unit has +1 terrain. And that's fine. Glad it's all the way out there. Now we're activating the tunnel track a second time. Catacombs. Number 5 is the strongest unit. It rolls a 3. It moves normally. Of course it does. This goes in. We are now at =2. Terrain shift makes it human advantage. I rolled a 9. Big roll. 3 damage. This flips. We've already activated that. 1 damage to Sheriff Hunt. He cancels it because he's tough. The Oozers, what's happening? They rolled a 6. They're lost. They rolled a 6. They go all the way back here. So they've already activated. They will not reactivate. This 3. He rolls a 2. He moves normally. Unchecked Outbreak. It's going to be human advantage. Human ×2. I rolled a 7. 3 damage. This is defeated. 1 damage to Sheriff Hunt. Does he cancel it? He does. Now, Unchecked Outbreak. I rolled an 8. It goes to 5. I have no more Super Zeds. I'm assuming I just pull a regular Zeds because I don't think you reshuffle these suckers. So if you roll out of one type, yes. If you roll out of one type, use the other type. Thank you, James. I've never seen a game with this many zombie Zeds. It's amazing. It's ridiculous. So I'm doing a fate card draw to put a Zeds where? It's a regular Zed unit because I'm out of Super Zeds. God, how do I keep getting played these cards? A regular Zed unit is going to go in the place of the least chaos, which 2-1 is actually the Forage Track. So we're getting a regular, oh, this is here too. Stacking limit. I'll choose here. Stacking limit applies. And now since there's no more room on this start space, I can put it on any start space that has room. Honestly, the best place for this is going to be the mountain track. Great. Now replace the weakest Zeds unit, even if it is a Super Zeds unit or a disease spreader, with a new regular unit. If there was a tie, replace all the weakest units with new regular units. Remove hit markers from all Zeds units. The blossoming. Gross. So removing hit markers from all Zeds units. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one. That's not great. I think I got them all. And the weakest Zeds unit, I think, is actually this Zeds. It's only a 1. So it's out, and then it hasn't activated yet, but now it's about to be activated. Right, this is the last remaining one to activate, so we get a regular Zed unit to replace the Super Zed unit. And it's a 5er now. Great. Out. This is the last one to activate here, and then we have to activate this guy. This guy, and we have to activate this guy. This guy. Comes in, this goes up. We have human advantage because it's 5 to 5 with the terrain shift. I rolled a 7, 2 damage. Moves back, 1 damage. Do I cancel it? I do. Oh, tough rolls have been amazing. This guy comes into the catacombs, and then this guy comes up here. He had already activated, but he got lost and ended up back there. Done. So we've done the 2 activations on the tunnel track. It was insane. We got there. Mountain track. This comes in, this goes up. It is Zeds ×2 because of 6 to a 3. It becomes Zeds advantage. Come on, Furies, show your fury. That's not the fury we wanted. Oh, can I do anything about that? No. Oh, it's so bad. All right, so 1 damage, 3 damage to the Furies. Remember, they are also tough. Can they cancel? They cancel the first. They cancel the second. They don't cancel the third, but they back up. They get 1 damage on them. And now this becomes Zeds controlled again. Mountain track continues. These guys go up. These guys go up. All activations are done. Now at the end of this phase, I'm going to remove any number of chaos markers from village spaces for +1 each. Definitely might need to take advantage of that. I mean, St. Thomas, well, I mean, they're just going to be a chaos marker again. Oh, this is so bad. I mean, the Suburbs Track is just an absolute disaster. 3 event actions. The villagers form fire brigades. Yeah, can you just firebomb anyone then, please. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Is anyone? Oh, I could do that. Yes, I can do that. Alright, that's outbound again. I'm going to spend an action to move this guy here. I immediately get 3 supplies because I moved into the farm. Maybe I can move Deputy Schmidt back with him, but a 3, so I spent that action. I'm going to spend an action and a gunfire attack with no ammo needed. Gunfire attack of a 4 from Rusty. See if I can't kill these leapers because they're the only ones that really cancel terrain shifts. 7, 2 damage, so 2 damage on the leapers. And now I'm going to do the Farmingdale Memorial Cannon. That is a number 1 space. This isn't an action. It doesn't cost an action. Doesn't cost ammo. It's totally fine. So I'm going to do a gunfire attack of a 5 on space number 1. 10. Huge. 3 damage. Leapers are out. And 2 damage on this guy. I'm going to roll a die. 6. I get to keep it. Yes! That's what I'm talking about. That's a beautiful thing. I'm going to forage with Deputy Schmidt in the farm. He rolls a 6. We get 2 more supplies. That means Zeno's gun is looking super strong. Zeno, his own agenda. He's moving 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Use an action to get the Furies. They're moving 3 or 4. 1, 2. They'll put them there. And let's see if we can heal them up. So an action, this goes down, and we can flip them next turn. Oh, right. Sorry, this guy doesn't move. Thank you. Stacking limit in tunnel space 6. Thank you, Tom. And someone's got 3. I think I did the vermin in the infection phase. There's a chance this is one off. I just can't remember if I did or I didn't. But honestly, with all the super Zeds out, that the unchecked outbreak versus checked outbreak, it's really the same difference. So that actually matters a little bit less. And we're good. I mean, obviously the where Zeds are concerned, chaos markers are big concern. I mean, St. Thomas, probably clean up St. Thomas. But again, there's that thing that spawns 2 Zed units in St. Thomas. There's no low-hanging fruit. I mean, chaos marker here. Yeah, there's no great spot. I mean, Zeno, I can come up and try to like just kill those guys with supplies. And then he can kind of restore the campground, which I like. We go to, oh, it doesn't make any sense, I don't think, to clean up. No, I could just, right. Let me do this. I'm going to spend the chaos, I'm going to spend a +1 infection to clear up this as part of the event. That makes a lot of sense. And then this goes up again because the National Guard is restoring order in Farmingdale University. All right, we are going to go to the next event. We'll flip. Leadership still not doing much for me. And we still have the VFW, which I want a fair where I want to put them just to ignore retreats. That's a really strong ability. We are down to 7 cards. Do we still have a special event in Chapter 3? Oh, I think we do. That's awful. Here we go. Yes, we do. Oh, man. Brains. Now this only works in a Zeds phase, so this actually isn't a Zeds phase. This is a special thing. So this goes up. All tracks activate with Zed's unit, blah, blah, blah. Yikes. Wow. Well, here goes nothing, kids. This goes in. This goes up. It is a 5 to a 4. Oh, man. I mean, this is a game, right? Yep. Oh, I don't think I was making the rugged rolls for Stob. Oh, maybe I did. It's only a 5. Yeah, probably should use the cannon again. Uh, Still human advantage for the game and the bragging rights. I summon, yes. All right, 2 damage. This moves back and flips. 1 damage on Stob. He's going to make his rugged roll. He does not succeed, so he's injured. But remember, his hand-to-hand combat goes up, so I don't hate that. The words that they're activating twice. Yikes. These guys activate. Oh no, they only activate. It's a brains event, so he only activates once. So the words edge are stronger, so they're going to move up and stay there. And then the 6 is going to move up. The vermin's definitely coming up with both of these guys. It's an 11 to a 10. This goes up. 11 to a 10. It's Zed's advantage. No, terrain shift means it equal to. Please give me a 7 or higher. A 7 exactly, so 2 damage. Goes back. 2 damage. 2 damage to the National Guard. They flip. They have 1 damage here. The vermin stay there. These guys can't move. These guys can't move. Forest Track. Move, move. Mountain Track. These 2 move. These guys move. These guys move. I've gotten 0 rumors. We go to the Highway Track. These move. These move. These move. We go to the Tunnel Track. Man. So this 5 is going to try to move. The one with the 2 damage on it. What's going to happen? He moves normally. This goes up. We're having another unchecked outbreak because of course we are. It is a 5 to a 5. Terrain shift means it's human advantage. A 5 is good enough to win, so he moves back with 1. I take 2 damage. Tough rolls. Cancel the 1. Does not cancel the other, so this is now on the weakened side. Unchecked outbreak. Fate draw. Ugh. Highway gets a regular Zeds. We've already activated that, which is good. This is going to go back to this Highway Track start space. If possible, select 2 players in the same space. They cannot perform any further actions this turn. Great, I will do that on 2 guys in Town Center. Whatever, that's fine. This 5 is now going to move out. So please cancel it. Great, he's stuck. The 2 is going to move out. He's stuck as well. The Oozers come here. This guy comes here. Everything's done. This is a special turn. Yep. So this card is satisfied. Brains event is over. We have survived all the special events of Chapter 3, and now we enter Chapter 4. A Brains event here is pretty much game over. It's disgusting that we made it this far. But fun. All right. Oh, you have so many. Yeah, Xeno would be great. I could just destroy all those things. We still have 3 chaos markers that we can play with. Oh, that's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. Chaos, nuclear plants vulnerable. Obviously, all the town spaces are vulnerable. St. Thomas is vulnerable. Event. Oh no, it's another. Oh wait, I had to do a. Yeah, I had to do this. No, I placed the thing. I just never did the roll. That's what I did. Because hey, I got the you're stuck on stupid. Yeah, that's what I got. So I need to just move that down. I rolled a 4. Killing it, guys. All right, brains. This moves up to 11. I still can't cancel activations on any one track because it is not a Zed phase. All tracks activate once. So even the words that are going to activate once, we just have to find a way to win this. We're going to have another outbreak. It's like so stupid. Right, it's not a Zeds phase, it's a special event. Oh, that's really bad. Alright, take 2. So where Zeds come in, this goes up. We're having another unchecked outbreak. It's an 8 to a 5. So that's Zed's advantage. It becomes human advantage. I just need to roll higher than a 5. Ugh, man, there's so many better cards too. Come on, higher than a 5. 7. Nice. All right, 2 damage. The Word Zeds are still only activating once. So Word Zeds get 2 damage. 1 damage to Rusty. Rugged roll, please. Nope. No dice. Rusty is out. Saving roll. Nope. Rusty is really out. He fought valiantly, but no good for him. So now we have to do another outbreak. I rolled a 10. 3. Regular Zeds are going where? Please be good for me. Tunnel. Hold for later. Day during the action phase when you have a player unit in Dr. Martuse's office to turn over the next card on the research deck for free. Yeah, well, that's not exactly happening. That will go there. Close the space with a chaos marker. That was, I think that was 5, 6. I think that was on 6. I think I shifted it with this card, but someone can tell me if that's wrong. You can try martial arts rerolls as sheriff if you dare. Oh, yeah. Dan says, oh, sheets. I love sheets too. These guys can't activate. This one can't activate. These guys come in here. This goes up. It is a 9, 10, 11 to a 6. That's Zed's advantage. It becomes equal to against the National Guard. I rolled a 7, 2 damage. This guy flips with 1. 2 damage to the National Guard. Saving roll. Saved. This goes up, and the National Guard is now in the hospital. Of course they are. Great. I love the quirkiness of something like that. All right, that's stuck. These guys can't activate. They can't activate. This guy activates here, gets a chaos marker. Activates here, chaos marker. These guys activate here. This goes up. It's against Xeno. Oh, man. So Zed's advantage becomes human advantage. Right? I mean, this is toast. I mean, eventually I'm going to roll a 4 or less, and it's just going to be bad. Oh, 6! All right, 2 damage. This one's out. This guy goes back. Xeno, are you going to make it? I really need your prototype gun, dude. So he takes 2 damage. Will he live? No! Xeno's out too. Man, it's a bloodbath, guys. It's a bloodbath. These guys come in here. They go up there. Highway track activates. They go there. The strong point does not get destroyed. Chaos marker. There, there, and there. And now we have the tunnel track. This is so gross. All right. The tunnel track. I'm like really tired right now. The 5 is trying to move. Get stuck. No, it moves normally. Ding, ding. It is Zed's advantage. It becomes equal to. I really got to keep this guard post, man. Yoink. A 7. I win. I think I got to take it. So 7 moves back. I can try to cancel. Cancel the 1. Cancel the other. Nice. You're saying there's a chance. This guy comes. Oh, the 3 is trying to move. They are lost. They rolled a 3. Since they rolled the place they were already at, they're just knocked out of the game. The 2's trying to move. The 2 moves normally, because of course it does. This comes in. This goes up. It is human times 2. Because the 3 to a 2 plus the terrain shift. I rolled a 5. I'm going to try to do better than that. 8 or higher, I'm good. Oh, 8's beautiful. 3 damage. This guy's destroyed. Great. This moves into the catacombs. The oozers try to leave the catacombs. They rolled a 1. They move normally. in. We survived the penultimate special event, but we literally are down to Deputy Schmidt and Sheriff Hunt. It's really bad. Hey, why don't I move this? I'm going to try to make myself feel better. So I'm going to move these suckers over here. And we'll move, well, I can fit everything because there's no one else here. Rusty gets 2 saving rolls. Does he? Did I try? Oh, right, because he's tough. Does he get 2 saving rolls? How does Rusty work? What's your thing, Rusty? Oh, he can roll 2 dice. Ooh. Okay, I'll roll another die. I mean, I could have done the rugged too. No, I think I tried to cancel, and I think I did the rugged roll. Yeah, I did the rugged roll. I just need to do the other roll. So other saving roll. No, he's still dead. Thank you, though. It's fantastic. I still have 1 chaos marker to play with. That's something. Oh man, I didn't get any of these rumors, man. There's cool things on the back of those chips, guys. Or chits. Tough word. All right, so we have 4 more events until the final event, and we have some cool action cards. Please do not be a special event. All right, what's that smell? Raiders, Rangers. Well, my rescuers are there. I have no Raiders. I have no Rangers. I have no. The refugee number is 0. I'm rolling infection. I'm at an 8. I rolled a 5, so we're doing another fate draw. I'm putting a regular Zeds where? I'm putting a regular Zeds in the place with the fewest Zeds units, which is nowhere. It's just it's just nowhere. 5. It's actually the tunnel. No, it's all right. It's definitely the Forage Track. So that's gonna go here. Yikes. That's a chaos marker. Oh, I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna lose. Oh, unless Deputy Schmidt. I mean, that's a 10 to. Oh, I can cancel. Oh, I can cancel an activation. I'm gonna have to. Uh, oh, the infection should have gone up because of the vermin. Before I forget about that, again, I'm sure I forgot that at least once today. Eat 2. That's down to 4. Might be down to 3. It might have shifted earlier. All right. At the end of this phase, select any player unit not in town center. In its space, place a new Zed unit, new unit showing its reduced strength side, and conduct normal hand-to-hand combat. If the Zed unit survives and wins, it is flipped to show its full strength side, retaining any hit markers it may have acquired. If it loses, it retreats normally. Alright, we have drastic times calls for drastic measures. I can spend an ammo to reduce the infection. Who cares? We're activating the highway track. There, 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 and there. So there's 2 away from causing a chaos marker there. Mountain track. Oh, man. I think I give up the farm. And I cancel the movement on the mountain track. Although the mountain track, yeah, because the farm's gonna be hard to take back. The mountain track, I can I can I can hold control of pretty easily. Pretty easily was the word I was trying to say. So this we're gonna activate the mountain track. I'm playing mesmerized tunnel. It can't go both because I lose. I only have 1 chaos marker, so that's just terrible. So I'm canceling all Zed's activations on the mountain track. Hate using that there, but don't really have much of a choice. We now go on the farm space. I'm sorry, we do the forest track. The forest comes in. This goes up. It is Zeds times 3. It becomes Zeds times 2. Come on, Deputy Schmidt. If there's ever a time for 10, 11, or 12, now would be that time. A 7. Pretty not great for us. I'm going to roll again. 10, 11, or 12. A 9. It's so close to awesome. 1 damage there. 2 damage to Deputy Schmidt. He's tough. Is he going to save it? Nope. He's out. Saving roll works, though. This goes up. He's now Going to get an EKG. The farm is taken over. Oh, I had another shift because the train was there. A 9 with the shift. Oh, it's Zed's advantage. I actually won that. I didn't cancel the hit. I still take a hit. And the saving roll still works, but they actually go back and don't put a chaos marker. And it would have been 2 damage instead of 1. That's nice. I would have done that. I would have rerolled a 7 too because it was a 1. I would have lost that. So somehow we have held that off. Amazing. Just amazing. Alright, so we have 1 chaos marker left. It's 2 actions from the event. The action phase. I just have so many dudes injured. So many dudes injured, and I'm so short on extra actions right now. I mean, Hunt, I don't know how I move him off there. Just with the chaos situation being what it is. Is there a place I can get a chaos marker back? I really don't see one. See one. Alright, we're going to go here. 1, 2, 3 with the first action. He's doing leadership to command the heroic civilians to heal. This goes down. They are now on their strong side with this. Gonna heal. I'm gonna do the Farmingdale Memorial Cannon. I'm doing a gunfire attack of a 5 on space 1 on the bridge space. Give me a 10, please. A 9 will do 3 damage. So the Zeds flip with 1 damage, and then we're killing off this with the other. It's 2 damage on the Zeds. Now they're flipped, and these guys had 1 damage on them, so they're totally dead. I roll a die to try to save the cannon again. I do not. The cannon is gone, but it did more than did its job. I'm going to use an action to get the Furies into place over here. And I'm going to spend another action to move the VFW here and try to fend off badness there. I still just have that 1 chaos marker to play with, but I don't really have much of a choice. I don't have enough actions to heal anybody. I can't use initiative because Deputy Schmidt has to be at least healthy. But I don't have an action to heal him. So that will work. We're going to go to the end of the round. Housekeeping, nothing's healing. This goes away, or no orders being restored, I should say. Let me check this. Is worth a shot, no doubt. Thank you, George. This is insanely epic. Can't believe Farmingdale is still standing. I can't believe Greg is still on his feet. Must be a great chair. Is this an extra long session in terms of cards? No, this is a standard 28. It's 28. It's nuts. It's just, I mean, there's been a lot of decision points. I mean, this is a really unbelievable game right now. So, 4 cards left, kids. Woo! Don't be the special event. Just don't. Okay. Alright, Raiders, Rangers, Refugees, Rescuers. Nothing I can do with any of that. Infection phase, this goes up because of the vermin. I'm rolling. I need higher than a 6. I rolled an 11. Wasted that. Eating, I need higher than a 4. I rolled a 4 exactly. I do lose a supply. I'm activating a ton. During the Zeds phase, after the first Zeds attack, neither side retreats. Instead, the Zed unit or Zed's mob immediately attacks again if able player units cannot use any abilities to avoid the second attack. Yikes. Highway track activating. Goes there. So the highway track is becoming a huge problem. There and there. Suburbs Track is activating. The word Zeds, whenever they activate twice. And after the first attack, oh, not sure how this would play. I assume the word Zeds would just basically do this twice for each activation. During this phase, after the first Zed's attack, neither side retreats. Instead, the Zed's unit or Zed's mob immediately attacks again. Is that per activation? To the first? Yeah, I think it's just written really poorly. I think it means that after each Zed's attack, they're going to attack again. Um, but we're going to have to use the VFW here. I put the VFW there for a reason with the word Zeds. And I'm assuming the infection level will just go up to 1 time. Even though there's 2 attacks. Yeah, this card's written really, really badly. I mean, it is what it is. But this is how I'll play it. So this goes in here. This goes up twice. VFW have human times 2. I ignore retreats. I mean, it would only take a 2 to whatever, but I have to knock them back. But we're going to have 2 attacks in a row here. Bam. Oh, I rolled a 4. Oh my gosh. Wow. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. All right, 2 damage to the Zeds, 2 damage to the VFW. They flip. And now there's a second attack because neither side retreats. So it's actually just human times 1 now. Oh, it's so gross. I rolled a 3. Wow, VFW for the win. So they ignore retreats at least. So this sucker goes back. He gets 1 more damage and he's dead. But it doesn't, yeah, he's dead anyway, so it didn't matter. What a garbage 2 rolls that was. Well, because of chaos. Yeah, Paul's like, damn, all that work and you're going to lose because of chaos. Yeah, it's not looking great with the chaos situation. You get 1 more there. Not adding, I'm only adding 1 this turn, so we got a chance still. But VFW takes a bunch of damage. They're going to roll. They do a saving roll that works. So they're in here now with an EKG. So the word Zeds are gone. These dudes activate. Oh, shoot. No, I am dead. I am dead. Oh, it's so bad. I forgot that was no chaos there. Yep. Oh, it's so bad. Hmm. Yeah, I never should have left. I never should have moved Hunt. Yeah, that was dumb. And I didn't. So Hunt, let me do this. Instead of moving Hunt, I would have just kept the Furies because this is only a 3. I would have kept the Furies on their weak side because I can't. I forgot that there was a chaos a chaos that can go there, so that would have been really insane. So last turn, what I did is I moved Hunt there, and I used leadership to heal, and then these guys move here. So what I could have done instead is just actually done a heal, right? No. Yeah, because I moved, and leadership was the heal. So instead of move, heal, I just do a heal and a move. Because if I wanted the Furies there, I could have gotten them that way. That's fine. Yeah, I wouldn't have left the security post. I'm still in really bad shape because of the catacombs. But again, the catacombs, anything can happen. These suckers can get lost. I mean, it is what it is. It's definitely some things that could still go on. But it wouldn't have made any sense to clear out with Sheriff Hunt there when there was 2 spaces for. I mean, it's 3 spaces, so I really need to limit spaces where chaos was going to be a problem. So these guys come in here. This gets my last chaos marker. These guys go in here. This goes here. Now, oh, and they attack twice too, which is super wonderful. So 5 with the 2 on it. He rolls a 4. He's stuck. 5 without the 2 on it. He rolls a 3. He moves normally. This comes in. This goes up. It is Zed's advantage. It becomes equal to because of the terrain shift. I have 2 rolls. I cannot lose. Remember, they attack twice because of this stupid there's no way out thing. Man, it's stunk that I had to use the mesmerized Zeds when I did on the last turn. So I rolled a 5, not going to work. Let's give me something high. Oh, a 3. That is the ball game, kids. Shoot. Had to place a chaos marker on the security post, and I cannot. And we have lost. It feels like a win, though. You use up to your dice, they really resent you. Yeah, you might have been able to use the VFW to hand the Zeds on the bridge. If you had won, then the chaos token would have been removed on the bridge. Yeah, that's true. That's definitely true. It would have been a tougher fight. Um, but yeah, if I just taken out the Wurzad's last turn, that's not a bad idea. But then it doesn't matter because I mean they were the way that would have come. I mean, with me rolling the way I did, and them attacking twice, I feel like they still probably take that space back. Yeah, I just never got control of any track. Like it just was a total mess. Sheriff Hunt. I mean, this track, the National Guard coming into the suburbs where everything else was is probably bad because like this track was doomed to be garbage anyway. So I really needed the National Guard to come into a place where they could have actually had like a more lasting chance to succeed. There just was no chance they weren't taking out. The vermin and the +2, the reanimator. There was just no way they were doing much good on this track. It was just a total disaster there. You really can't do much with what I had. I mean, the rumors could have been helpful. This rumor, Mystic Pendant is nice. It gives you a +1 shift. Like once, what is it? A Mystic Pendant. Oh yeah, any die roll can be changed to a 5 once a turn. That's really nice. This rumor would have been Dr. Mertusa's Journal. That's a one-time thing. Spend during an action phase to remove any Super Zed unit in play and return it to the Super Zed's cup. So you put it back, you could draw it again. Also select any one research card that was set aside during setup and place it on top of the research discard pile. This is not counted as a successful research action, but you do receive the card's benefits. So I could have taken all of these and been like, all right, what benefits do I want? Losing the Zed's weapon, that's a really nasty fate card. Yeah, there just wasn't a whole lot. I mean, I only got the one hero and the one heroic civilian. +2 supplies, +2 ammo. Oh yeah, some of these are really good. It's another hero. Grim Determination is great. Change the combat results to 1 hit and the attacking Zed's retreat. Clint Eastwood would have been good. Yeah, there's just a lot of bad cards in here. I can move any hero to anywhere else on the board during a move action. But I don't really know. I mean, I got 2 event actions there. Oh, Highway have activated twice. That would have been rough. Forest activates twice. That spot's vulnerable. I just ran out of units to actually make this work. Activating all, and then the final one would have been activated twice on the mountain track, which would have been good for me. I think I would have been able to hold down the mountain track pretty well, but just wasn't able to get there. I mean, even if you get something like the helicopter, you can just like, all right, I can just helicopter someone a lefty's pass, kind of take that chaos back, or Ingeborg, I'm sure I'm saying that wrong. So it is what it is. Amazing game. Those threes have been terrible. Oh, I rolled so many threes. Very some chance, I'll admit. Good game. Thanks for the epic game playthrough. Total mess, but you're still so close to the end. The Paul says the unending controlled outbreaks killed you. Yeah, it was ridiculous. Oh, that was absolutely insane. A good game. I think you rolled 3 threes and a 4 to reduce the infection. Maybe trying to get more super weapon stuff might have helped. I know. I mean, it's tough. Like, I mean, I needed more units I wanted to kill off, right? Like, I mean, and then once I lost my only science guy, you know, it just never really came together for me. Um, you can do a whole lot with Xeno, but then losing Xeno. I mean, Xeno was queued up with all the extra resources I had to at least get a few attacks, kind of take control of the mountain track. Um, I mean, I've definitely gone pretty deep into the research deck with just Xeno before, but obviously a G makes a huge difference because all of a sudden the research rolls that you're only a third to succeed, now you're half to succeed. It just the action economy with the G is so much better. Didn't get to see the expansion enough. Maybe to try this again, perhaps on a lower difficulty. George says, "Good game, thank you, sir." Yeah, like the nice thing about the expansion is that it just adds a wrinkle, right? You have 16 chits. Chits is a hard word for me. 16 chits. You're only going to see two of them, three of them maybe in any playthrough, even when you get them. They're action intensive, but they can make a huge difference. I don't know, like they're. I like it. I mean, it's kind of like one of those expansions that once you have everything together, it's really easy to throw it in. But they don't really change all that much of the game. The rails change more. I wasn't able to fully do as much with them, but I mean, because once they're out, I mean, you have a rail, say it's out here. Now you spend an action to flip it, and now you're spending an action to move it back. That's also pretty action intensive, right? Um, and if you're going to try to save the refugees with it, well, now you need to spend two actions or have one of the few cards that has a number two in the 4R phase. So it doesn't change that much. I will probably leave the rumors and rails in more often than not. I mean, this game's really hard. I mean, you're gonna lose more often than you win most of the time if you're the average person. So having a little bit extra chance of a benefit is kind of nice, but it's also very thematic, right? It's like the one thing that you kind of stumble into more than something you can really build a strategy around. It does make me more inclined to get a refugee unit in the refugee camp sooner than I might otherwise. But then there's downsides to that, right? Because now you have to roll higher on all your eat rolls. Um, and whatever, but obviously you have the equipped refugees. I mean, maybe, maybe I could have brought one of these level 2 units back sooner. Then I could have done some more with, the leadership. I wasn't really able to use leadership much once I had Sheriff Hunt just kind of posted down in the security guard post. But Deputy Schmidt was like, either was he holding on the farm or he was in the hospital for half the game, I think. So just kind of just a rough go of it. I mean, rolled really poorly and still got within 3 event cards, and I think that's cool. I mean, that's a strong playthrough. The narrative of this game that just keeps coming out every playthrough is cool, and there's a reason why it just it ran up my favorite solo game chart so quickly because it's really really fun. I hated having to waste this because having to use this when I did, I mean, I definitely got unlucky with the combinations of tracks. Because if I could have used this to say, all right, I'm canceling all activations on the diamond track, well, great. Diamond track doesn't activate at all. They just kind of stay where they are. And then I can actually go back and I can do some other things and try to put myself in a better place. But again, back to the I I didn't have enough units at this point in the game. They just kind of all just succumb to the unrelenting nature of the zombies here. Um, so don't see any other comments. This was super fun. Glad we're doing this live. This is a lot to edit. These Zeds playthroughs are a lot to edit. So you'll see, I think, some of the choices I'm going to be making and getting more live playthroughs on. We will be going with the longer playthroughs because the editing process is just really, really time intensive, and I want to do it with games that I think I can still play relatively quickly. This game, there's definitely times you need to think, but a lot of it's like really, there's so many small decisions you need to make. You're just kind of running through it, and you get through all 28 though. It takes a while. So, have not gotten a win on the channel as a live playthrough yet. We'll get there one day. I'll consider. I'm probably gonna do a two-player thing next. Um, I don't know at what level though. The pressure events, they're called pressure events for a reason. They really don't mess around. You're getting a ton of things. Um, man, I killed the Iron Zeds. That makes me happy. They, I mean, the Doom Zeds and the Brain Zeds were just kind of chilling on the mountain track. Even oh, what's the fake card? The one fake card that comes in really huge. Yeah, they fell for it this time. It's such a great card. I mean, you have to roll lucky to keep it around for a while, but you can just if you the more you can just cancel any one activation, it really plays out. Just it wasn't just missing this one or two pieces really. I mean, you're closer than you realize a lot of times with this game if you can just kind of find a way to withstand. I mean, that onslaught I had when I the guy got lost. Oh no, it was what the heck? It was that one card that he left here and ended up in the farm, and I had something there, and that was a mess. Like I was totally in a good spot with this game, and then from there on was a total scramble to just try to hold on for dear life and see if I can't pull a magical rabbit out of a hat, and it ended up being too much for sure. PV so Arcadia has PvP or co-op. There are rules to play solo co-op. I've never played this PvP. I honestly have very little interest. It's one of the reasons I didn't mind like cutting up this thing because I didn't need the competitive stuff, and I like this side of the board better because I don't have to look at Dr. Martuse's ugly face on the middle of the board. I don't understand that choice. I just wish they left the competitive stuff more modular because this is clearly like more of a solo game, or yeah, still more of a solo game. I played a co-op once or twice and I had a good time with it, but it's like this game, Darkest Night. I mean, these you're controlling multiple characters, but they still kind of work better solo in the average situation. Um, it just depends. But yeah, so when you're playing solo co-op, you're still you're just choosing. You still get the four characters, but what happens is you get extra player tokens. So it gives you an extra action, or if you're playing three-player co-op solo, you get an extra action. But it adds these pressure events. So you take the number of players that are playing, you subtract one, and that's how many times you do the pressure event. So you have the pressure. There's two different kinds of pressure events. One just makes a track like one unit on a track move closer, and one makes you add new units on a track. So it can really like just add to the dynamism of the Zeds, makes them a little bit more unpredictable, and they start doing things that are beyond just. I think it's the strongest unit moves one closer, so there's a lot going on with it, but it's a cool little mechanic. I won't do it often, but I think it might be worth throwing it on the channel, and maybe I'll do that and leave the rumors and rail stuff out, and then we'll just kind of do a pressure event and then come back and. I don't know how many more playthroughs of Zeds I can do. I mean, at some point, there's there's so many more games I'm trying to feature, but again, with 21 characters, like not having someone like Bouncing Betty or Alyssa Darling, Big Wheels Carter, Mr. Johnson, even. I mean, they're not having Hauser's good. I think these. I just was kind of stuck. I had like decent units, but I didn't have some of the more game breaking. I mean, General Lee is amazing because General Lee is like, yeah, he's not doing any combat, but the way he's able to get your units back to the hospital and get them healed and get them back out where they need to be quicker, that horse is ridiculously good. Obviously, Professor G, you can be running through that research deck. Hopefully we'd have got another super weapon. Zed's a natural selection. When placing on your Zeds, draw two of that type and choose which one to place. That's amazing. Some of these late research cards are really funny. Yeah, antidote, super weapon, super weapon. So yeah, we would have had to research 3 more times, 4 more times just to get a second super weapon feature. Beyond after getting our one back and then get a second one. So that'd have been rough. So that's that. I'm yammering. I'm a little sad. Not gonna lie. But I should have known. I won the last 2 games I played. I played again without the chits, and then I played with the chits, and I had Bouncing Betty and freaking like Special Agent Wright and Hauser, and I was able to pretty decidedly win. I'll tell you what though, because even then, like there are games that I'll be down into the end of chapter 3, and I'm like, oh, I'm totally good, and you're still like struggling to keep the chaos situation under control because that chapter 4 you just have so many cards that are activating so many tracks, and with the special events it's just like all of a sudden it's like, well, that track was clean and now it's like gross. I mean, you're just adding chaos. I mean, you can almost assume that you're going to have chaos on almost every anything that's 3 on, you can almost assume by the end of the game, all those are going to be chaos. So the way to you need to win is you have to try to prevent any chaos from going in 2 or closer. The last game I played, I thought I lost actually, and then I realized I had a chaos token that had fallen into my health tokens. So I was like, oh, I actually have one more chaos I can put on the board, and then I was able to clean up 3 chaos, and I managed to again pretty emphatically win that one. 1, 2, 3. Make sure I have all 12 on here. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 10, 11, 12. Shoot, you stupid son! Why did you get lost? Just one time, man. I needed these suckers to get lost. I guess they got lost a few times, but I feel like early on, man, Sheriff Hunt, it was like every time. I was like, oh, did they move? Of course they move normally. Oh, of course they move normally. Of course they move normally. It was absolutely sick. The only thing, again, the balancing for me was that my saving rolls were going very well, but saving rolls are like, they're really action intensive, right? You're spending actions to heal, then you're kind of going around, in that cycle that I just could not get out of. You fought well, sir. Chaos is almost always the way I lose this game. Oh yeah, Chaos is rough. Chaos is really rough. I can't remember the last time I had a unit actually enter town center. Oh, that's not true. My second warm-up game, I had a really disgusting brains event, and I rolled like I do, and I think a thing marched from like here all the way into town center, and I was like, oh, that's really unfortunate. But kind of saw it coming. I like a lot of the choices I made. Definitely would be curious to watch this back and see if I would have done something different. Really hated losing that super weapon component. That's just a nasty, nasty card. It's like you lose a super weapon component, and then on top of it, you have to add another unit, right? It's like, oh, it's gross. But yeah, I would have loved to have gotten like the Zed treats out. Because especially at some point when you're done with ammo, like having the +1 to your gunfight attacks doesn't really do much for you. So I don't know. I could talk strategy about this game for a long time. It's pretty cool. Just happy to learn it, and thanks again to X Huntinator X and one of the several games that have been recommended to me by the channel that have really changed changed my solo gaming life for sure. But coming up, look out, a bunch of new games I just got review copies of Final Girl, so thank you to Van Ryder. Got a review copy of Madara, so thank you to Succubus Publishing for that. Got a review copy of Resident Evil 3, so thank you to Steamforged for that. Have other new games that I bought myself that I'm trying to get in on the channel. Leader Games gave me a review copy of the Clockwork expansion. So lots of games I'm learning on my end. Lots of cool things that you should be seeing in the next 3, 4, 5 months as I get my head wrapped around the game. You see the way I approach games. I really want to make sure I'm, not just playing at the most basic level on my videos. It's kind of my thing. So it's going to take me a little bit, but feel pretty strong about that. If you want to see exactly what's coming up, I did just put the schedule out on my Patreon page. The link will be in the description below. You can check that out. And it's a public post I put out every month. It tells you what's coming up in the month to come, gives you a little bit of a sneak peek for the month after that. All in all, an excellent afternoon of entertainment. Glad I could make the live playthrough. Have a great one. Looking forward to more Mage Night. Thank you, Paul. Arcada, thanks a lot. That was really fun. Dan Spice was entertaining. Thanks, man. Thanks all. No doubt. Thank you for the chat to kind of point out some little things here and there. I think this is like another Maze Night where you're going to make a little mistake pretty much every game. I don't think there's any way you're not going to make a mistake on the infection track. Like something's going to happen and you're just going to miss it. And, there's just a lot to track here, especially once, you're like me and you kept having unchecked outbreaks. Like, I don't know, every freaking every turn. That was absolutely insanity. But chat's always great. Alfred Wallace, great show, and thanks for persuading me to try Spirit Island again. Oh yes, sir, dude, that is the game. I mean, they're all the game, right? But Spirit Island, yeah, dude. I love Zeds. Zeds for me is more of like a by like every other month experience that I just really enjoy diving into again. But Spirit Island is like my meat and potatoes, man. That game is just keeps delivering. So I do have a scenario. Well, no. Next week? Yeah, next week I'm doing 2 live playthroughs in a row. I'm doing a double header, kids. Yeah, look out for that. I'm gonna finish off the Strength vs. Strength series, and I'm gonna do Grinning Trickster versus Level 6 Sweden, and then I'm gonna do same afternoon. I'm gonna do Many Minds versus Level 6 England. So I'm gonna start at 2, and hopefully get Trickster done 2 to 4, and then have the longer game with Many Minds right after that. So really excited to finish off that series. That's been super fun. I did just record a scenario with Lightning Swift Strike. I don't know, Elemental Invocation, I think is the name of the one. So that was pretty cool. So definitely more Spirit Island stuff, and obviously Mage Knight, and I got some Arkham stuff planned coming up, so look out for that. But yeah, just crazy, crazy stuff. Spirit O, looking forward to it, no doubt. So that is that. Thank you so much as always, and until next time, happy gaming.